questions.
Hello, everybody.
guys.
Welcome.
How is everyone?
Hey, sorry.
Wasn't Big Dog this time.
Cooper is greeting everyone. Cooper said, everyone say hello to our guest, Scott H. That's what that
Hey,
bark
Scott.
is.
Yeah. And Cam will
Hello.
be joining us.
As always, we are woefully unprepared. I had an emergency appointment that I needed to attend to, so I'm on the road and Cam's on the road. So I guess we are going to start off with a discussion, right? And kind of go over the events of the day of June 15th. And we'll be able to pull up some maps and stuff in a little bit when Cam gets here.
Yep,
Does that sound okay with everybody?
it does, yes.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I wanted to have a timeline here pulled up, but I'm driving at the moment. So I guess everybody kind of sort of has the timeline of Summer Wells memorized by now. The story hasn't really changed much in the year and a half that she's been missing. June 15th, 2021. Summer's with her mother, right? And grandma. How does that go?
They're Summer's with her mom, right? And
With
grandma
Candace and grandma, yeah.
they go to the doctors with grandma. They leave grandma there because they can't go in. They're out in the parking lot waiting around because it's COVID time. So then some communication happens with Hunter, whether Hunter texts Candace or Candace texts Hunter. We don't really know for sure, right? But
Right. I don't think we ever established who texted or called whom. They somehow made contact that day, and
they
he
decide.
either invited himself or they invited him to go fishing. That was the first story, was fishing.
Right.
And then they decided to go swimming. So yeah, so they pick Hunter up. We have no idea what happens there because nobody's really credible in this case. So we know that they got Hunter and they ended up at Warriors and decided to go swimming. And we know they were swimming
prior
because...
to that, they went...
Am I missing something?
Yeah, prior to that, they went and dropped grandma's prescription off, and it was going to be a wait. So they were going to go to Warriors, right?
Did they go? Oh, okay, that's right, because she got done quicker than they thought, so they ended up picking grandma up, and grandma did go to Warriors. All right, yes.
Yeah, because after they pick up Hunter, they go back and get grandma because she's done. And then they go drop her prescription off. There's a wait, and they go to Warriors. And I think they opt for swimming instead of fishing because grandma's already done, right? They hadn't intended on taking grandma.
Yeah, and that makes me wonder.
Well, and
what
even that is, I mean, that's the story, but then we hear later that possibly grandma was not at the swimming hole, so.
But that's not a known fact, right?
No, it's just something
grandma
she said in a later interview.
Right. Grandma says that she was there, and that was... So at any rate, they go, before they go there, they go and pick up vapes and twisted tea, right? And then go to Warriors.
Right. Yes, prior to Warriors.
Right, and then they finish up at Warriors. I don't recall about what time that was, but they go in to Sonic. They get ices at Sonic. And they pick up Grandma's prescription and go to the grocery store.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's what the grocery store. Hunter says that Summer and him were left in the car, right?
Right.
And they were watching TikTok videos, and Summer was fine. She was giggling, laughing.
Right. Everything was normal. So then there's a different. Hunter says much longer that they're in there than Candace stated that they were in there. But at some point they come out. They put the groceries in the car. Or in the truck. They put the milk beside. No, Hunter says he holds the milk, but at any rate, there's 2 gallons of milk that are in the back seat of the truck.
Right.
With the kids. And then they go and drop Hunter off. Apparently, this is when the milk gets placed beside Summer.
Yes.
Now, there's different stories about whether Summer was awake at this point or not, because Hunter thought that she was. I think even Candace said she was, but Hunter's mom said she wasn't, and that she couldn't. See, there's so many changes in that story right there.
Right.
But then they leave and, according to them, head home. And it's 3:15-ish when they get home. Is that right?
Right. I think 3:15 to 3:30-ish.
Yeah. So then they get home. They put groceries.
What happens from there is sketchy, because now we're just going off of completely what Candace and no other witness.
There's nobody to corroborate the timeline from there, and there's some missing time there, and I mean there shouldn't be that much missing time since everything that Candace did took only 10 minutes, she said. Right?
Well, yeah. I mean, she said she switched out the laundry. I think she said she folded something. They planted some flowers. She put her mom's knee brace on. Summer got a piece of candy. It just, yeah. And then she's reported missing approximately 6:30 p.m. that night.
Right. Nobody really can account well for when the last time, for sure. What time was it when they last saw her? We only have the time they call it in.
Right. And they have a 3-hour span. We just have no idea what happened. There's been different accounts given, different stories, but we don't know what the police know. So what happened in that 3-hour span, I guess, is what's up for discussion. There's been some rabbit holes that people have been going from neighbors, like Joe.
You're cutting in and out.
I'm sorry. Is
she cutting out for anyone else, or is it just me?
No, she is for me too.
Okay.
Okay, I'll let you guys carry on. I had to stop for gas here quick, so
now you're clear as bell.
I'm gonna have a signal.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's freaking crazy. I can't win. Okay, I gotta pump gas here, so I'll let you guys take over for a minute.
All right. So then they report Summer missing. At what time did you say?
It was about 6:30.
About 6:30.
Yeah.
We've never heard the 911 call.
No.
So we don't have info from that. Just the dispatch.
Probably so for a very good reason.
Right. Pardon me.
Well, and it's reported that both Don and Candace called, right?
That's what's reported, but
it'd be interesting to see if that was who actually made these calls.
And what time they came in at.
Mm-hmm.
It would be interesting, but we don't have that info.
Well, I'd like to hope that, it's part of the investigation and they're keeping that close for a reason. So
Right.
I would hope.
Yeah. So then they began looking for Summer, and the neighbor begins looking for, well, a couple of neighbors began looking for Summer about that time too, right?
Yes.
According to Jody Sue.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have to step away for a minute. I'll be back as quick as I can. I'm sorry.
Okay. No worries. Hey, Scott.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you ladies this evening?
We're doing good. I wanted to see if Cam was here yet. No, he's not here yet. Okay. We're doing good. So our goal for tonight and for these lives is just to kind of bring things back to Summer and have discussions about Summer, because it seems like there's been so much craziness going on that she's just been lost in her own case.
I would agree with that for sure. No arguments from me.
Right. And so I just, we want to bring it all back to her. Let me find something real quick. Okay, go ahead.
I kind of like the way that you that it was laid out in the beginning there of just kind of listening and
Well, I think honestly it's been so long.
A person could have jumped in and dialed things down to the exact minute kind of thing, when this happened and when that happened and everything. The truth is we really don't know on a lot of things. It's just things that we've speculated about and thought about, and it really comes down to, and that's kind of the premise that I've always worked off of, according to law enforcement, they believe in their reports and everything that they've done, they believe Summer made it home. So I'm going with that. And y'all said that they got home between 3:15 and 3:30ish. Yes, I think most people are saying around 3:20. Doesn't really matter to me. 3:15 to 3:30 is a fine time frame with me, and I'm not really interested in anything that happened prior to that.
Right.
Because the police, at least for what the police report, they're fairly confident that Summer did make it home.
Yes.
So.
Well, and I think I heard even recently from Trevor Lee that they verified with him, TBI, that yes, there was proof of life that day. So I know it's been speculated that potentially it happened a different day. But I'll have to believe that they obviously have video evidence somewhere that, she was alive and well that day.
Right.
Or at least, alive.
Right. So what went on, like y'all said, and same thing, about the 911 calls, which we haven't heard. There's been discussion about a 6:23 and a 6:26 time frame, and then a 6:32 time frame. So in that general area, there was a dispatch call to 110 Ben Hill Road that originated from somewhere from, according to the dispatch, the parents of Summer Wells.
Right.
So that gets us pretty close to exactly 3 hours, give or take, 5, 6 minutes either way,
Yep.
and
It's a lot of time, though.
that is a lot of time. But as crazy as the script, and I'm going to call it that because that's what I believe that it is,
Mm-hmm.
that Candace and all of them recite about, the knee brace and the planting flowers, and we've all heard it a million times.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it was mentioned, according to her, she got all that done in 10 minutes. So that leaves us 2 hours and 50 minutes out of the 3 hours. But yet we can't even nail down or be confident of the things that she said happened in the 10 minutes.
Right.
So how in the world are we? I agree with you. 5 or 10 minutes is a lot of time. But if you look at what Candace said that she accomplished in 5 or 10 minutes, and then you look at, we've got 2 hours and 50 minutes that Candace would have to account for, just imagine how crazy it could actually get if she did really try to break down what happened that day.
Well, and I wonder where Grandma's nap falls into place with everything as well, because, obviously that was stated later and news to all of us. But, did Grandma come home and immediately take a nap, or did these things happen? Grandma takes a nap and then wakes up. I believe that's the time, because she said she woke up and Summer was gone, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Absolutely. When Grandma came out, on WJHL and mentioned that nap, I made a community post about that. I was like, okay, nap. When did she take the nap? And how long was the nap? Was it a 15-minute power nap, or was it, a 2 or 3 hour long nap?
Right.
We don't know. And there's nothing that she said, and I don't believe that she'll ever say anything as far as which way it was, how long the nap was, or if she took it when she got home or after Candace and them did everything. I honestly think Grandma's nap was her alibi.
Yeah, I think so too. You have to wonder. I mean, Candace's story was she was fixing the brace and Summer wanted to go inside and it was just 2 minutes. So that means Grandma was awake. So was Grandma awake or asleep when they noticed Summer was gone? How
Right.
fast did she fall asleep for a nap?
Well, according to the video that Crazy Crime Chick had, Candace says that she was inside and the TV was on. I would have to re-listen. Boy, man, I wish I had that pulled up or easy access. It wouldn't be. I'd like
What
to
was
listen
it
to that.
on? What was it on?
Crazy Crime Chick. I would really like to listen to that word for word, really close.
Let me see what I can find.
There's a reason that I say that, because before I was saying that in regards to the neighbor, but I'm not interested in the neighbor.
Yeah, I'm not either. I think she's just, caused a lot of distractions and inserted herself. And
Intentionally.
yes. And that's the
Yeah.
part I can't figure out, though. Why? Do you know which one of Crazy Crime Chick?
It should say something about the never heard. It's only about 3 minutes long, I think. Oh gosh.
I'm looking.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
I'm
It
gonna
would
speculate
it
and
would have
say
been a
that I
while back. I mean, it's not like it's a new thing that Crazy Crime Chick did. It just go
Right.
back a ways.
But in my opinion, I think the neighbor and others got involved. They inserted themselves because they saw how much money people were making on YouTube covering this case, and they wanted in on it.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, Patty,
Yeah.
money grab.
Yep.
I agree.
And that's exactly why people are throwing a fit, because Don Wells has changed up his circle on
But
YouTube too.
Uh-huh.
but the neighbor threw herself into the mess pretty early on, even before she realized she could make money on YouTube.
Yeah, she was on Facebook, right?
But her story on Facebook is different.
Yeah.
You know,
And-
oh, they wouldn't do anything, and you know, they're missing their kids, and you know, this and that, and then it quickly all turns.
At what date did she go on the news and say she heard this significant unfounded scream?
I want to say that was a few months later. I can look that up, but I mean, I know that she states she heard the scream the whole time, but I want to say the news article, it wasn't immediate.
Yeah, because if you remember early on, people who were going against Dawn and Candace were the ones pulling the views and making money. And then those were the channels that Dawn wanted to come on panel, naturally to defend himself, right? So late at night, they'd be on YouTube listening, and they'd hear all this stuff being said, and they'd want to come up and, you know, try to spin a narrative. And then now, I guess the cool thing to do is, in order to get Dawn on your panel, you have to be pro Dawn and Candace. So going after the family no longer seems to work in their favor like it did at one time before.
Right. Sorry, I'm trying to find this video still.
Yeah, I'm over here
No, it's
looking
okay.
too. I can't
No, go
find
ahead,
it.
look. I'll just continue to speculate on the motives here while you guys know which video. Oh, when the neighbor, I don't want to say her name, first came out about the scream. I believe it was in September.
Oh, you're breaking up again.
About that. I believe
Her speculation does not want to be heard.
No.
no,
It's like, oh, you're going to speculate?
Mid-September.
Nope.
Is it the Breaking Grandma Speaks?
No.
No. Which one is it?
It's the one where Candace is talking about the reason why she didn't hear the scream that the neighbor mentioned. Oh, right. Oh, wait a minute. I see the breakdown of where Crazy Crime Chick does the breakdown on the screen.
I
What's
didn't know
this
about
from?
that girl.
From Vet Girl, did Jody Sue say earlier that
Candace
CW?
will.
Oh, Candace owed her a check from YouTube. Huh.
That's something I'm unaware of.
And I can't.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that.
I was looking through the Crazy Crime Chicks playlist Maybe it's not in the playlist. Let me go back to the videos and check and see.
Is it the Scream Never Happened, Summer Walls case?
Yeah, it's a very short video.
Yeah, I'm looking under her videos.
All right, I'm back to full service now. I was saying before I wanted to speculate on the motives of the neighbor suddenly inserting herself on YouTube with this whole Scream thing, and I kind of wonder if that was her transition from being defending Dawn and Candace to kind of flip-flopping to kind of go with the cool kids crowd, because we see that a lot on YouTube. Not everybody, but a handful of creators seem to follow the narrative set by other channels because they want to suck up and they want to be in with the in crowd. So in my opinion, that was Jody Sue trying to, I guess, transition her whole thought process, because after that, that's when we suddenly heard now about the Night Stalker, the gravel crunching under boots, and mysterious Amazon packages showing up at her house. And I believe she was blaming that on Dawn. And all these other wild stories started coming out about what was going on Ben Hill Road, specifically 110.
No, I remember all that. Yeah, I think she's just told. I don't know. I think she's just told a whole bunch of bullshit, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's where the whole case kind of got drugged down, because it was no longer about Summer. It became, the Wells became like a sideshow. It was a drama. What's Dawn and Candace going to do next? What's somebody else going to say? Because we had Allie, too, in the very beginning, coming out about the story with Jose and the fight. All kinds of stuff like that. I mean, I guess it could have some importance. It shows the environment that these kids were being raised in. But ultimately, how much does it have to do with Summer disappearing? Because no matter how you slice it, on June 15th, there was a 3-hour window for Summer to disappear. And none of this, rabbit hole speculation really fits. Let's see, what could have happened to her? I guess there is the accident theory, where people kind of speculate that something happened at the swimming hole that day. Maybe she got bit by a snake, hypothermia, got into something she wasn't supposed to be in, slipped and hit her head, dry drowning.
Left in the car.
Left in the car. Or when she got home, maybe she fell down the basement steps. She was playing too rough with the boys. Like the whole accident theory. Something happened accidental to cause her demise, and instead of 911 being called, it was covered up. Okay. Then we have another possibility where Summer could have wandered away. Let's assume that she really did go back into the house to play with her toys, and she really did go down in the basement. It's very unlikely somebody was laying in wait in the basement, unless, Dawn was there in the morning. He woke up in the basement. According to him, nobody was there. They all left early in the morning to take Grandma. So somebody being in the basement waiting, saying no. So could she have opened the back door and wandered outside to play on her swing? Candace said she frequently did that. You could see when Chris McDonough was there, there's the little footpath in the grass going from the door up to her swing. Could somebody, like an opportunistic abduction, somebody be out and about, see her by herself, and have that split second bad choice to, hey, I'm going to grab her and run? Or was it somebody watching them? I mean, there really isn't a whole lot of that could have happened. She's 5 years old. She could have left on her own, or somebody removed her. That's really only the two possibilities here. So which one is it?
Yeah, I found that video.
Awesome.
And I do think while I was looking through there, actually, whoever mentioned the other video, the scream never happened, that might be one. It wouldn't hurt to go ahead and listen to both of those since we're talking about this time frame.
Okay. Yeah, I have that other one.
I've got the first one that Crazy Crime Chick put out, and this is audio from June 20th.
Did we drop her link?
Oh, my neighbor heard her scream. Okay, I don't know if I have the one for that. Here, I have one for a different one now, so I can.
Yeah, I've got a couple pulled up.
Okay.
Oh, I see you got me pulled up there. Here's the. I'll go ahead and drop. Wait, I'm not a mod on this channel. Sorry, I can't drop the link on that. I can put it in back chat, and then y'all can grab it.
Scott, if
That'll
you
work.
chat in chat, I'll give you a wrench quick when I stop at the red light up here.
Okay. Y'all were talking to me in back chat, and I wasn't even paying attention to that either. Let's see.
There are the links in chat.
Okay. Yeah, we got it.
Well, chat was flying by. There, it slowed down. I see Tanga Ray got it there.
Thank you, Tanga.
I gotcha.
Now, yeah, thank you for sending me the link there too, Tanga. And Lolita, I got it in Discord from Tanga and email from you, Lolita. So thank you all.
Did she get
Oh,
you
that's
modded?
Yes.
I did.
Okay.
You guys who are on as managers should be able to give wrenches to you. Just tap and hold down like the regular moderation process, and it's at the very end, add moderator.
But you have to do it. You can't do it from StreamYard, right? You have to do it
No,
from YouTube?
you have to
Oh.
do it from YouTube. Yeah, you can't do a whole
Okay.
lot
Okay.
on StreamYard besides highlight comments.
Okay. Do we want to
you-
play this?
Yeah, you want me to play it?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So we were listening for noise, everything was kind of quiet. The sale brought a plethora of people to their door, confused about which piece of land was for sale, leading to a dispute of property lines. While we were out,
Hang on. I hit the wrong one. Sorry.
And that's her little swing right there off that tree. She loved to play right there in that yard. That was her favorite spot to be. So whoever took her had to actually come up into the yard and take her. And I don't understand because, like, my neighbor heard her scream, but I didn't hear her scream because I was in the house with the boys trying to find her. And I guess when my neighbor heard her scream, I was actually in the house and the TV was going. So I didn't even
It's
hear the scream.
echoing. Echo bad.
So the audio you just heard of Candace was sent over on June 20th. And the reason I thought it was important to play for you guys today is because yesterday Don was on another channel and he was talking about how a neighbor heard Summer screaming the day she was reported missing. And some of the comments I seen were people wondering, understandably, why hasn't this been brought up before? And then today, I see other channels talking about it. And a lot of those comments are the same as, why is Don just bringing this information up now? Some people believe that Don is lying, that he's making this up, that he came up with this, just recently of a neighbor hearing her scream, that he's just putting it out there to push that narrative of her being kidnapped. I'm playing this audio that was sent again on June 20th because even though this is new information to the public, behind the scenes, it isn't new information. This is something that has been said from early on. I honestly don't understand why Candace never talked about this in the few interviews she's done. And as for Don, he's done multiple interviews. I call it the Don Wild Show is what we're seeing coming to you live. I don't know why he hasn't brought this up, because if you think about it, if a neighbor in fact heard Summer screaming around the time that she would have been, if you want to believe she was kidnapped, that's really, really important information, hearing her scream. So again, I'm not sure why Don's just bringing this up now. I'm sure within a few days he'll give an explanation to it. And I just want to say that, I'm not against the Wilds and I'm not for the Wilds. I don't.
That may be enough for the point that I was trying to make in the comment that you just pinned. That Liplock said is exactly right. Because if that's the case, if there was a scream at 4:30 to 4:42, and they got home around 3:15 to 3:30, that means in an hour to an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes, Summer was gone because Candace was already searching for her at 4:30.
Right.
Yep.
Which matches more of the timeline.
Now, when we talk about that then those the 10 minutes between, instead of being 3:20 or instead of between 3:15 and 3:30, now we really need to start looking at, okay, it was 3:20, because now we've cut the time frame from 3 hours to basically an hour.
Right.
Which is a more plausible timeline, if you go with what Candace said that their activities were upon getting home. That's a more plausible timeline than that big 2-3 hour gap between.
I would have to agree with you.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Now, I've got another video here, the one that the scream never happened, that one that Crazy Crime Chick put out, and I think that was when she was on with
Ernie,
yeah.
I kind of glanced through it.
If you want to watch it right quick.
Yeah, do you want to share that one and I'll...
Yeah, sure.
Scott saves the day with the share screen function. Thank you, Scott. And hey, Salty C, good to see you. I'm about 15 minutes from home, so it shouldn't be much longer.
That girl, that was something that was said through somebody that was supposedly talking to Grandis on Messenger, so I don't know that I can hold a lot of weight in people that befriended suspects. I don't know, those rumors.
Right, and I'm very sus of any conversation that Grandma allegedly had through Facebook Messenger, because multiple people had her login information. Rose Meyer, anybody remember her? Grandma's friend from Wisconsin. She came early on. She had her login. She could have been talking to anybody.
Who that was that with that Ziggy Valero? Was she the one that had that conversation with Grandis, supposedly?
Yes.
Yeah, and didn't somebody, I don't remember where this came from, but screenshots of the messenger shows that they only had a 4-minute audio call together. So when did she supposedly have all these long conversations with her?
Yeah, I'm suspect of stuff like that where people kind of inserted themselves in the case, and then Yeah, so I don't hold a lot of weight with that. I think it convolutes where is summer.
Right. And in the very beginning, there was a screenshot from Grandma circulating where it said, Hun, Sum, and I, was it Hun, Sum, Candace, and I were planting flowers, and nobody could
Yes.
figure out if she was saying Hun, like calling somebody Hun, or she meant Hunter. But then it came out that it was like a complete stranger who messaged her, so why would she be calling a complete stranger Hun? So it does make me wonder
No,
what she
but
meant.
but everybody in the South calls each other hun and baby.
They do, yeah.
Yeah,
They
that's
do.
very
It's
common.
just a regular, normal thing. So I can't rule that out as
Except
that's
Scott
just
doesn't call us Hun, and we're married to him.
well. Scott might be the exception. I know when I lived in the South for that time I did, you know, while I was working out there, it kind of threw me to have people calling me baby, and I don't even know you.
Right. It only bothers
know?
me when younger people call me Hun. Like, please don't.
So I just know it's a Southern thing, and they don't mean anything by it, but it's just normal pattern of speech for them.
I prefer hun over ma'am any day.
Right?
I say hun all the time.
See?
All the time.
Whether you know them or not, right? They don't have
Yes,
to. You don't have
they're
to.
hun.
Yeah,
So
everybody's hun and sweetie.
Yeah, look
Well,
back to the
TJ
chat. How many times
TJ
I
is
say hun?
the surrogate auntie. She calls everybody Hun.
No, I'm old enough
Yeah.
to be mama.
That's why I can't say that she meant Hunter and not just Hun.
No, I mean hun, like honey.
No, I know what you mean. I'm talking about this message we're discussing.
But Grandma isn't from the South, though. She's from Wisconsin. So, I don't know. What does everybody else say?
Yeah, she's a Yankee.
Damn Yankees.
Yeah.
It doesn't take long to take on that Southern speak.
Yeah, if you live in the South and you're a Yankee, you're a damn Yankee.
Exactly.
Isn't that right, Scott?
That is.
That's what we
Lolita's
call them.
chastising me in the back chat here. So I had
That's what
her.
we call them.
I see that.
Oh, I thought that was Tits sharing her screen. That's why I said, because I didn't like forewarn her ahead of time that you have to mute or else you get an echo. My bad.
You guys make me laugh.
Sometimes I forget to hit my little mute button, even though it's sitting here and blinking
do it
blue in my
all the
face,
time.
you know.
Oh, I do it all the time. I need Soup to remind me that there's an echo, and it's like, shit, I'm gonna have to mute. And then it really sucks when you're showing something that you have to pause to add commentary because it's an epic pain in the ass, especially if you're using a microphone, because you have to unplug your microphone and mute to share your screen. And then every 10 seconds, you have to pause, unmute, plug your microphone back in just to say something that transforms the video. It's
Right.
very...
I don't think Crazy Crime Chick would strike this. She's never struck me for anything else when I've asked her to use any of her content or videos. So I didn't know that I was gonna, you know, be playing these tonight. So of course, naturally, I didn't have time to look at them. Crazy Crime Chick, if you see this, fuss at me, not at the Circle Jerk True Crime channel.
And we're not monetized, so we're not making money off of anybody else's content.
Right. Well, just
Right.
out of, you know, respect to her, but
Right.
I don't think that she would. You know, she's always been super, super cool with me anyway. I can't speak for anybody else, but
Well, she probably wants what we want, just answers for summer.
she does. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to go ahead and play this other one here?
Yep. Let's do it.
And I'll mute here.
Hola.
Hey, Cam.
I have
Hello.
wait till you hear what happened to me and why I'm late. I'll wait. I'll wait till y'all are free. Sorry.
Join the
Okay, hon.
club, Cam. Join the club.
Okay, hon.
Oh,
We're just glad you're here.
Oh, yeah. This is bad. It was terrifying when I tell you.
That doesn't sound good.
You want me to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, where I live, there is an escaped murderer, double murder in my town, and
Oh no.
he was in Max. So, like, I do not. I've been into that. I've been in that jail before, and I don't see how somebody can even escape. I do not, unless he was on transport, like he was on a transport to court or something. It's the only way. So, I'm sitting at a car wash. Just got done washing my car, and this Mexican guy comes up to me and he's like, "You better go. This is stolen car." I was like, "No, it's not stolen car. It's my car." And this is where it gets crazy. So, my buddy comes out of the gas station and he goes. So we get in the car and I go up to the back road. I look up and a helicopter's over top of me. Yes, a helicopter's over top of me, and I'm like, I'm already freaked out, so I'm going a little fast through this little neighborhood, just trying to get out of there. And I told my buddy, I was like, dude, that helicopter's following us. And about that time, I see blue lights come up behind us. There was 90, it felt like 90 cops from all, like, state troopers. They pulled us over, and I was terrified. I haven't been in trouble. I was like, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. They were like, sir, please calm down, quit shaking. I'm like, I'm cold and I'm scared. I'm not a gangster. I'm not a tough guy no more. I'm still nervous.
Oh.
Dude, that was the most insane thing ever. And they're like, listen, boys, we got bigger fish to fry today. And I was like, thank God. Thank God. Leave me alone. Can I get an excused absence for that, please? I can probably find proof on the scanner for you.
Yeah, that's
you
even
can,
better
we
than.
excuse you.
Yeah.
And your story fit in with the true crime channel, so you're good.
Exactly. I told the cops that. I was like, I have a YouTube channel where I do true crime, and I was like, well, y'all about put the brakes on that, didn't you? And they were like, they're like, sir, can you please quit putting your hands in your pockets? I'm like, you are more than welcome to go through those pockets. And I was like, I have nothing. I'm just cold. And I'm surprised I didn't get, like, I don't know. These cops around here are very quick to pull the guns. Scott, do you remember in, I think it was Mount Carmel or Churchill, that young dude that got shot in the head not too long in the gas station?
I don't know if I remember that or not.
His name is Gino Loftus.
No, I don't remember that.
Dude, all he did was put his hands up, and they fired 15 shots into his head.
Jeez.
Yeah, I grew up with his older brothers. It's pretty sad, but yeah,
That's
thank you guys.
insane.
Yeah, 15 shots straight point blank through his face.
Oh my God, Cam, like within the last week or two, you guys probably remember, because I think we're either in a voice chat or we're getting ready to go live. I got pulled over on my way home from work, okay? 5'4", 105 pounds, right? I'm very small. I had on scrubs, my professional credentials hanging from my chest, nothing even remotely sketchy looking about me. I get pulled over by two police who look like they're literally 12 years old. And they're, the one is at my passenger window shining a flashlight into my vehicle. And the other one wouldn't even be in full view at my door. He's like halfway, but kind of hanging back halfway too, asking for my insurance and my license and stuff like that. And while he's running my information, the other one is shining his flashlight, looking in the back seat. I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing? And it was all because of my headlight. Like, I'm not like a drug runner, or like there's nothing like outward appearances even about my vehicle that makes me look sketchy. I have a crazy cat lady sticker on the back, and like in my scrubs and stuff like that, and I felt like I was treated like I was some kind of sketchy cartel member. It was the strangest things. And then on my license, you have a restriction where I need corrective lenses, and I wear contacts. But the one who was shining the light in the passenger side, that glasses case is on the back seat. Are those your glasses? Aren't you supposed to have glasses on? Like, these are my Coach sunglasses that I keep out here so they don't get wrecked in my bag or lost. Something sat on them in the house. So, like, I had to open my glasses case to show him, like, over glasses. Like, really? Like, what the hell is wrong with these freaking cops?
Did you have extra vacuum cleaners in the back?
I do not. Surprisingly,
They would have been suspicious if you were wearing sunglasses after dark,
I know, right? I know. I do have a little, like, broom type thing, like a little dustpan and brush that I got from Target that fits in, like, the side pocket in my door that I use.
As soon as they have a Roomba for automobiles, you'll be the first one in line.
She will.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies, let's reel this back in.
Okay. All right, let's continue. I am 3 miles from home.
That was my bad. I apologize.
No problem.
No, you're fine.
You're fine.
No, you're fine.
Hey, Scott, you want to hit play?
An intermission. We have till we get stuff lined up here.
So yeah, I'll tell you this real quick too. My new desktop that I just got that I've been so happy about, it crashed completely.
Oh.
Yeah, but good thing I have a warranty. So, like, I don't know, man. Everything under the sun has went bad for this guy. Anyway, I'll quit whining. Y'all go ahead.
It'll get better, hon.
Yeah.
Did we lose Scott?
Okay.
Oh, you want to hit play?
Yeah. You'll notice that I've forwarded this video a little bit. All that was that I forwarded past was just her intro. So this this is where the content actually starts. So we're not missing anything.
Okay.
Jody Sue was in her cabin with her teenage kids, 19 and 14, waiting for anything.
We were kind of hyper alert because of property things that had happened the day before. So we were listening for noise. Everything was kind of quiet.
The sale brought a plethora of people to their door, confused about which piece of land was for sale, leading to a dispute of property lines.
While we were out at one point doing survey lines, and there was a flash of a car that went up Candace and Donnie's driveway. Something about it struck me wrong.
She and her family next heard a truck door slamming and dismissed it as their neighbors. The next sound was harder to justify. About an hour and a half before Summer is thought to go missing, Jody Sue, her son, and her daughter heard something far more suspicious. A scream.
Stopped all three of us cold.
Her daughter was the first to go to the cabin door. Then all three were there, listening still.
We heard just this kind of shrill, almost animalistic scream.
Decided to go out, look and see what we could see. We went back onto the bank. Didn't see anything, didn't hear anything.
They went on with their evening. The kids returned to being kids. Jody Sue headed down her driveway around 6 to tend to flowers.
And at this point, I start hearing Candace hollering for Summer. And then my brain immediately went, scream earlier, this, uh-oh.
Jody Sue was the first to hear those calls and the first to join the search for Summer.
I dropped my purse. I tried to yell up at Candace. I was like, I'm looking, and I started looking.
Jody Sue searched one side of a creek, Summers brothers the opposite side.
And
you gave statements to the police, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Jody Sue had been interviewed many times by investigators, bringing up the scream often. But the sheriff doesn't believe the scream is related to the disappearance of Summer Wells.
She's been interviewed numerous times by not only my agency, but the TBI and FBI, and we don't find anything with that complaint or information related to this case.
Yep.
The truth shall set you free.
Look, I don't know all this stuff. I don't know about Jackie Dobbs. I've just heard about him. I don't know about Jody Stu. Jody, I've talked to Jody Stu time and time again, and every time she talks to me, her story has changed.
Like in how?
Okay, like for instance, like she said that she was down on the bottom after she heard somebody scream or whatever. She was never at the bottom of that driveway. I drove down there faster than she could fucking fly.
Okay. So she said. So the scream, of course, is out of the question now, right? There was no scream, right?
There's no scream, dude. She's maced all that shit up.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Why would
Well, it was convenient that she came up with that way later than the actual
Her
reporting.
and her kids make all that shit up later in the description to fit her narrative.
Why? For what?
I don't know what. I really don't know why. I guess to make her look like she's got to fit herself into the priority somewhere.
Can y'all let Cam back up?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so we must have both done it at the same time.
Oh.
Hey, I've got a comment to make.
I kicked my phone
Yes.
out really early on.
How many of y'all, when you go outside to work in your flowers, how many of y'all take your purse with you?
Yeah, I don't. That's for
Never.
sure.
Well,
No, I have
though
a hard
she
time
did-
with my phone even.
She did say, I have heard Jody Sue say that she took her purse down and she was going to mess with the flowers, but that Andy was supposed to be picking her up and they were going to go get something to eat or something. So she was going to meet him at the bottom of the driveway. So she wanted to mess with her flowers, and that's why she had her purse with her. That's what Jody Sue said.
According to her, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Can somebody highlight Marlena's comment and we'll come back to it later?
I will in just a second as soon as I
Thank
find
you.
it.
Oh, you go. I'm not going to do that. Ellie, law enforcement said they passed, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe that was on the Brian Enton interview, if I remember correctly.
Right.
That was in a thing where everybody was kind of shocked, but they did say it.
I also seen somebody asking the comment of when did Tim Mullins come into this picture?
Hey guys, I'm gonna switch over to my computer. I'm in the house,
Okay.
and I got a lot
Sounds
to
good.
add in on that. Actually, I got some stuff that y'all really find interesting, but I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
hon.
Eliza said, "Hun."
Oh,
I
she
do say it.
did.
I'm telling you, I do say it now. I spent like 12 years in the South.
Yeah, you can't lose that.
So now I have a little bit of that in me.
Yeah, I hear you say hun frequently, actually, when we're live.
Yeah, it's something I say.
I have to be more descriptive since, I mean, if I say hun, there's going to be like 50 girls turn their head.
Oh my God.
We know you do it because you can't remember all our names.
Well, yeah, that could be partially true too. Yeah. I'm like I don't know. I know, and I think all mothers do this. When you get in trouble, you get called every name, your aunts,
Except
your siblings, your father's name, and everything else until they finally get to you, to who's actually you're in trouble.
my mom would just say, "Whoever the hell you are, get over here."
Yeah, yeah.
She'd get so frustrated.
I always told mine, well, you know who you are.
I did that too. I'd start running through names, get to the right one. Well, you know who I was talking to.
Yeah.
So if we go by the second video,
Yeah.
now we're back to a 3-hour time frame
Right.
because there wasn't a scream.
Right.
But Candace still says the reason that she didn't hear the scream is because she was inside with the boys at 4:30. So was she really looking for Summer at 4:30? But she still doesn't think that there was a scream, but she still really was looking for Summer at 4:30.
Oh man, that's right. And if 4:30, I mean, that's still 2 hours that it takes you to look before you call anyone.
Correct.
Maybe she was hesitant to call, but if that's the case, then say that. Like, hey, we looked for 2 hours because we really didn't want to call the police. We really thought we were going to be able to figure it out. And, but say it because it just convolutes the timeline so much.
And I believe the dispatch part was she had been missing for around 10 minutes or so.
Right.
Right.
I don't believe that. I just don't believe it.
I don't either.
Well,
they may
especially
not have
because
wanted
how do you know in 10 minutes? I mean, you live on that property, right? I mean, I get the house is small, but I think before I'd be calling it, I would be, checking down, calling in the yard, maybe drive down to the end of the driveway. I mean, I guess you could do all that, but we hear about her driving down the road. Did that happen before or after?
And then, there's the other clip to where Candace is on, I think it's when she's on Prayer Gardens and Benny is on there. And Candace says that she goes down the driveway at 4:30 or 5. Not at 6. At 6:09 as Jody Sue claims. But in this video that we just watched, she says that she went down the driveway quicker than whatever and never saw Jody Sue. So it sounds like to me, as far as Candace is concerned, Candace never saw Jody Sue. Candace thinks Jody Sue is making up the scream. Apparently, so does the Sheriff's Department, TBI, and FBI, because multiple agents have interviewed her multiple times.
Right.
So that brings us back again to that timeline. What do we know about what happened between 3:15 to 3:30 and 6:30? Because and this is just for reference point, to put this all in context the best that we can.
Right.
The neighbor is unfounded. Nothing that the neighbor has said makes any difference in that 3-hour time period.
Right.
As far as I'm concerned, as far as Candace is concerned, as far as law enforcement is concerned, you know. So now we've got to ask, what do we really know about those 3 hours?
Which I think
Not
is
much.
really, I mean, although this was also somebody saying he said that, and we don't know for a fact that this is true, but I believe there is some truth in the, why don't you ask them what they were doing for, you know, however many hours or whatever, because, yeah, I mean, even what we see, the version of events, it just doesn't add up.
Well, we have the, you know, which we just discussed a little bit ago, the mystery nap.
Right, that's true.
Which, you know, where at in that 3 hour period of time did that occur, and for what period of time did that nap last for within that given 3 hour period of time?
Scott, you remember this was like maybe a year ago. I sent you that video clip from Plunder, and there was a part in there where she had a newspaper clipping, and it said that Ronnie Lawson had said something about they were working from 2 different timelines, the one that the public has and then theirs. Do you remember that?
It seems like I do, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that, but that's the only place that I ever saw that or ever heard anybody talk about that.
Oh boy, I'd like to find that again.
I'll go grab it. I'll be right back.
Oh, you got it? Great. J. Marie, that's something else that J. Marie says, Scott, didn't she leave at some point in the car? Well, that's another thing if we want to discuss the guy, Chad, on Light Hollow Road that makes the claim that he saw Candace at 3:45. If we want to believe that, then we could believe that possibly, very well, J. Marie, that's a possibility there.
And I think I've heard, but again, this is just other sources, right? Putting input in. I don't know what's factual, what's not, but I think we heard that she had left twice, if I remember correctly. But I don't, for some reason, I think that came from BK, and I don't know where that came from as far as what he got, how he got it. So
Right.
all of this again is just kind of trying to put pieces together and put, because that very well could have happened. And that could have happened during the nap. And Grandma may not have known.
It's so hard to say. Again, because we don't know really anything about those 3 hours.
Right.
It's kind of like there's a, like I was saying, it actually might have been on your all's panel the other night. It's like it's when we were talking about everybody making documentaries and writing books and making movies and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
We've got a beginning. We have a huge, really messy middle that's still ongoing because we don't have an end.
Right.
And within that, there are very, very few knowns embedded. But a whole lot of intentional misinformation, I would say.
No, I agree, and I've never seen anything like it.
And I think from probably the parents and grandma, there's been intentional misinformation put out by them to cover themselves. In the case like the neighbor and some creators, there's been misinformation put out in order to benefit themselves.
Right.
So I'm still looking for somebody that was close to Summer that's doing something to benefit her. And I'm not having much luck on that.
Yeah, it
So
doesn't seem
wait.
like there were any adults around these kids that had the best intentions at heart.
Exactly. Not a single one.
Well, no, every single one of them's come out telling something that makes them seem like they're important with their Cash Apps and, Venmos flying around. I don't get it. So, I believe Flute Guy and Robin were up there after, correct? Randy wanted to know.
From my understanding, they were held at the bottom of Ben Hill by law enforcement until around 9 o'clock, I think, that they wouldn't let them immediately go up. They had to wait until, law enforcement, I guess, did their initial search or whatever. And then they were able to come up. I guess after they had.
And to me, I still feel like, it's probably a crime scene. You don't know. I know they were going off the assumption she walked off, but, that you don't know that.
Right. We've had, and that's one thing that's always bothered me about they've never, taped anything off with crime scene tape that we've seen anyway, or
Right.
has ever been spoken about. It's, no vehicles weren't impounded. The house wasn't roped off. There wasn't any section of the yard roped off, or the driveway, or, at Warriors Path.
Right.
Does that lead us to believe, though, that it wasn't a crime scene, or does it lead us to believe that they kind of flubbed it?
Yeah, right.
That's
I'm
the
going with
question
B.
that I have, right?
Sure. And that's a very
if
valid
that was the
question.
last known place where she was at, then if she didn't just walk off, that's potentially a crime scene in some form, something. But they were allowed to stay there and everything.
Yeah.
And somebody made the comment about Don being allowed to leave the property as well. And that's true because I think he's even admitted he went down to Fred's that day. So it's not just Fred's statement.
Right. Right.
Did you find the plunder thing?
Yeah, I'm going to put it into chat because that's the only place I can share it from because I found it on my tablet. There you go. We'll probably have to stop it and do commentary, though. But yeah, I've never forgotten about that. That was something that just always stuck with me.
How do I grab it from here?
All right, guys, I'm home now. I'm booting up my MacBook here.
How do I grab that? Or here, hold on, let me do it over here.
Were you trying to grab a link? You have to go into YouTube.
It says the video's not available anymore.
Oh, she may have taken it down.
Who is this a video from?
Plunder.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
What
That was the
it?
only thing I ever saw to where the sheriff had said that there were 2 different timelines that they were working from.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that. I'm sorry.
And now it's gone. She removed it. Damn.
Yeah, that's right. Video isn't available anymore. Sure enough.
Wasn't Plunder demonetized there for a while? She may have been required to remove it
Maybe.
by YouTube
Maybe.
too.
I wish I knew where she got that clip from. Maybe I'll email her, see if I get anything back.
Yeah, she did have some trouble there for a while.
Lolita's in love with her. She always says how pretty she is.
She's beautiful.
Is gorgeous.
She is gorgeous.
That's my girl crush, Plunder.
You better not let Angel hear that.
Oh, Angel, you're my number one.
Huh?
You sounded more like your husband as the weeks go by, Lolita. Picking them up one right after another.
StreamYard.com. Why am I not logged into StreamYard? Log in.
And really, if you look over this, I know there's a lot of, with, Don making his reappearance to social media. In the months before Don went to jail, what did he give us that helped us in any way whatsoever?
Not a damn thing, Scott.
Yep. You're exactly right.
I honestly, I think maybe the only useful thing that has ever come from Dawn was that the revelation that Candace had some sketchy friends that she trusted and maybe shouldn't have. But I think we already knew that.
Yeah. Yep. And that's not to stereotype anybody, but it is what it is, Go walking around that part of your, little town or city or wherever you live, and you all know exactly the place that I'm talking about in your little town or whatever, and you're gonna know. So it's again, it goes back to that, no adult whatsoever has done anything for her.
Right. All we got is rumors and stuff that was meant to, what I feel like was meant to embarrass Dawn and Candace.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, I guess some of this stuff could be relevant, but when I hear it, it seems like it's too well, I mean, it shows the kind of environment that those kids were being raised in, and I guess that's kind of ripe for abuse and for an accident. I'm very shocked that, and I hate to even say this, but I'm very shocked that Summer even made it to 5 without something horrible happening, because we know with just the alcoholism alone.
Do y'all remember when Zav Girl had Dr. Grande on her panel?
Oh no, but I watch him frequently.
I clipped a little section out of Zav Girl's interview that she did with him with permission. I got permission from Zav and posted it. And I think that, per usual, Dr. Grande was pretty well dead on, with at least my beliefs. And as time went on, going back to what you were saying, Don alluded to the atmosphere being the type of environment that thing would be more prevalent in. The danger, the risk level would be higher. And Don also alludes to, as you were saying earlier, the sketchy friends and the wrong friends, and maybe Candace's only, how did he say it? Her only mistake was the friends that she made, or something like that. And I think Dr. Grande does it, of course, much more eloquent than what I just did, but
So right, that girl. Those are the really important details that seem to be sketchy in this case.
what is POL?
Point of location.
Oh, okay, yes, definitely.
Yeah, I remember other law enforcement, I guess they would be classified as doing a risk assessment, but I believe the location actually put her at a lower risk because it's not a very public area. It's kind of hard to access, so that's why everybody's opinion had to have been someone close or who knew them.
Yeah, but if you're in a very isolated area with very dangerous people, your point of location is very dangerous.
Yeah, right, because the people alone in that area makes it dangerous. But I mean, as far as a stranger abduction, she would be an extremely low risk.
Right, a stranger,
right,
yeah.
for
Yeah.
sure.
You know how it is in small areas. Somebody drives by, everybody knows it's a stranger. Like, well, who the hell is that? We haven't seen you around these parts before.
Oh, absolutely.
And then everybody calls, hey, did you see that white truck? Who is
Who was
that?
driving that? Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think they talk to each other like that. Like here, a stranger drives by and it's plastered on next door. Oh my God, this guy was walking by, or this person was driving by.
Same here. Anybody comes to the door selling anything, they're just automatically suspicious, and it gets posted on.
Yeah, it does.
On the community Facebook page, the Nextdoor app.
Yep.
Along with the video to prove it.
Yeah, they do the same. And as far as hearing, like, my office sits at the front of my house, so I can hear the road. We only have 10 houses on our road, but I can tell everybody's car by sound at this point. So yeah, I can tell when there's a car that doesn't live on. I don't know, I'm used to hearing them all day.
Just like Jody Sue.
I can do the same thing. I can tell you whose car's who, and I know when it's a car. I mean, including UPS and FedEx, I can tell them. Our UPS guy, I think he's trying to hit a kid or something. I'm not sure, but
And I was gonna say, that little girl that got hit by was it FedEx, UPS? Which one? FedEx, I believe.
it was FedEx.
Truck.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was about to say, I wonder if something like that could be the case with Summer, except that there's no delivery truck going all the way up that driveway. So that kind of rules that out too.
No, from my understanding, they leave everything at the bottom of the driveway.
Right.
And I would like to hope that the cops have already looked into, the mail, any delivery drivers, stuff like that would have been in the area.
Right. You'd like to think so. But they don't.
But I feel like if you were hit by a car, yeah, and I feel like if you were hit by a car, truck, whatever, there would be some kind of evidence to that.
Well, look at that little girl's case. There wasn't until they found her, or until they put two and two together. Pretty much is what happened, and then he told them where to look for her. But she wasn't injured that bad, but he didn't want to get in trouble, so he took her.
Oh, night Cam, I see you backstage, but your devices aren't connected.
Marlena was wanting me to pull up get her the clip of that I clipped of Dr. Grande. Do you want me to drop it in back chat or?
Yeah, I can share screen. I'm home now.
Oh, do you want to go? You want to go ahead and watch it here?
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it.
That would be freaking awesome. Let me go ahead and I'll drop I can just drop it in regular chat now. Here you go, Marlena.
Yeah, if you put it in the private chat, I can open it and share.
Okay. It's a little over 6 minutes, so it's not very long. A wealth of, how Dr. Grande is. He can pack so much useful information in one sentence,
I like his snark.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right. Oh, no autoplay. Okay, here we go.
Have you got it there?
Yep. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome, Marlena Cantu. Thank you. I'm going to drop a link to a video that I would highly recommend, especially for anybody that's interested in statement analysis. This is from a creator. Her name is Zav Girl. I'm going to put her link in the description. I definitely want you to go over, give her the traffic. I don't see why this video of hers doesn't have 40,000 views. I'm going to play just a little bit of it. I've never shared anything from Zav Girl, so I'm going to put the copyright disclaimer up. Again, I'm just going to play a couple of minutes of it to let y'all kind of get an idea of Peter Hite and his analysis. I'm sorry, it's Peter Hite. I thought it was Dr. Grande. And like I said, I will leave the link to this video. Yeah. So you can go over and watch the whole thing. uh, at your leisure.
They kind of answered that a little bit, but
Yes, it's self-preservation. See, this is a difficult issue. Go back to the question of guilt versus guilty knowledge. We call this in an analysis, a criminal analysis, attendant guilt. Attendant guilt is, I didn't kill the guy, but I did rob the body. And I don't want you to find out that I robbed the body, but I didn't kill him. So I'm showing a guilty knowledge of something that took place in this crime, but I really didn't kill him. They have what I believe is to be attendant guilt. And I think what they're withholding, both of them, but especially Candace and some of the interviews I've seen, is what Summer's life was like with them on drugs. And this is, and I don't know what happened to Summer, but this is a major concern I have. That when someone gets involved in drugs, they invite trouble into their lives. When a married couple gets involved in drugs, it becomes even worse. When a married couple with children get involved in drugs, now it's compounded further. When a married couple with children who live in a secluded area get involved with drugs, the children are open prey. So
That really makes a lot of sense.
let's say that Candace did not kill Summer. Her language shows guilt. Some form of self-preservation is happening there. I think it's related to drugs. And my fear is that, and this is so hard for some people to grasp, but the drugs desensitize. They build up not only a tolerance physically to the chemical, but an emotional tolerance. So someone can say, how could, I interviewed a woman once that traded her little daughter, maybe 7 years old at the time, on trains for cigarette money. Say, how can someone do that? My guess in this case is that they invited trouble into their lives and that they may have at times traded Summer for drugs, for money. And once that element enters into the property, so I think she's withholding, I think she's lying. She's withholding information about what happened. There's gaps there in her story that tell us, no, I'm not going there. I'm going to skip over that time. It's not that I'm forgetting. I'm just not going to go there. And I think that Summer had a life of abuse. And I'm willing to bet a cup of coffee for anybody that Child Protective Services feared the same thing. And after what happened to Summer, they did what they had to do to get those boys out of there.
All right, I'm going to stop right there. That
Objection.
gives you a hint. Definitely.
Objection.
Okay, I paused.
I had an objection. And first off, Devil, you ain't gonna get me down. I just work my butt. Okay, never mind. Anyway, so the reason I have an objection to this is because I found out, what happened, and I've known for a long time. I've been trying to say why the boys got taken. They failed urine screens. That was pretty early on that I found out about that, because that's when Candace called on Don and tried to get him piss tested, and she failed too, thinking they wouldn't test her. And that's why it was so late. And they didn't fail just one. You got to fail 2 to 3 for the
Where'd he go?
Did Cam drop off? Is he
I
having?
thought maybe that was
Yeah.
me. Okay.
Oh, here he is.
Hang on, let
I
me
got him.
put him back.
If everybody doesn't know, my desktop crashed and it has to go back to HP. So I'm on my laptop again. So I'm sorry if it goes in and out. I'm trying to fix it. Were we in intermission when I told y'all everything earlier? About
Yeah.
What about your computer crashing? Yeah.
I'll explain that.
Oh, there it goes again. Man, he cannot catch a break.
Nope.
So from what Cam has said, Candace made a report to CPS, correct? To try to jam Dawn up, not realizing that they're also going to request a urine screen or a drug screen from her as well. Right?
But here's the thing, though. What Peter Hite was saying was their lifestyle invited that in.
Absolutely.
Now, did they sell Summer? Don't know. Even if they did not, their lifestyle would still be as such based on everything else that we've heard.
Correct.
That it would have invited danger into that home.
Well, that's just like, they meet Jose and automatically offer him a place to stay. I mean,
Yep.
you have children in this house.
Candace bringing home a guy she meets at the gas station.
Yeah. So how many other people did this happen with?
Been many people talking about it being a trap house, a flop house. People just coming and staying willy-nilly for any given amount of time.
I think there's a difference when, if it was just them, okay. But when you have children, you have to protect your children.
Yep. Even if you wanted to listen to the neighbor, the things that the neighbor said that went on over there, did Andy do all those things? Did he supply all those things? Was that stuff really going on?
So right.
What Jose said, what Fred said, what basically anybody that's ever spent any time up there or around them, what Allie said, what Sherry said, what Grandbun has said, what True said.
This is my only argument to doing this. Like, all those people have turned out to be pretty big. They don't tell they've been caught in all sorts of lies, just like Dawn and Candace said. And nobody tells the truth about anything. Nobody has the same story. But one thing we do have is documented evidence that Dawn was taking those kids to church. It's documented in all those videos, every Saturday, whatever. So I was told that he wasn't drinking up to the point, it was very rare that he was even drinking. He'd have a binge and it wasn't in between. I think they were saying like he had, that he was doing like, a bender every 6 months or even that. And I was like, wow. So we saw a different Dawn when she goes missing. He starts drinking. He starts, going crazy. I'm almost compelled to believe that because of the people I've talked to, that maybe he was trying. We see Candace passed out in church. We didn't, Dawn standing there. So who's getting the kids ready for church? I know from my experience when I take my kids to church, my two little ones, it's a full-time job. So I have to give credit where credit's due for that. Now, for Candace, and Scott, I know you know this. There's people that are alcoholics that can't handle it, blackout, drunk, all that, and then there's functioning alcoholics that you never know, drink like a fish from a certain time at night till a certain time, before they go to bed.
Yeah, my dad was functional.
Right. So and this is just, I'm just trying to be fair with this. Candace came straight out the gate as soon as we met her, and she said, I've drank since before the boys were born. I start drinking at 6 o'clock at night, and then she goes to bed. So she is an alcoholic. Like, she'll get sick if she does not drink. I told her she needed to get help for it. This and that. She says, I was told I can do my substance abuse at home. And my first thought was bullshit, because they don't do that, especially if it's court ordered. You have to go to meetings. You have to go to a MRT class. That's what it is in Virginia. And you have to
I
pay.
also know, though, that at a given period of time, there is a change from a functional alcoholism to non-functional alcoholism.
That's true. But I want to know. My only thing with that is I would like to know, because we see that she can be belligerent. We see that, and we see Dawn can be very belligerent. They're laying hands on each other, fighting. But I just want to know, like, how long this has been like that, because I don't trust anything that Hunter and Allie have said. I'll just be straight with you. I don't.
I don't either.
Because Chris McDonough says out of his own mouth, even during his interviews, that it took 3 different officers, the third being a federal woman officer, to go out there and pretty much lay it down to Hunter and say, you're going to tell the truth or your ass is in trouble. And then he finally laid out something that they felt was, it's tangible that it could happen. So I don't know. And then I hear, I don't know what I missed, guys. I'm sorry. I just now hardwired my mic and everything. I think what I heard right before I popped off of my phone, but y'all were talking about Jody Sue, and so the blue van thing's been really bothering me. So now we hear Fred Hill talk about an Andy guy that's related to Jody Sue that gives her the gossip of Beach Creek or whatever. Then we hear her. Who else was it that talked about Andy? So now we think it's Andy Paul. We hear, he talks about Marlena being with Andy Paul. I could never find anything on this guy. He exists. I found a Facebook, but then, I don't know if anybody else knows anything on him, but I'll give you something else to think about.
On Andy Paul.
Yes.
So Fred had brought him up, and I think even Don confirmed the other night on Cat Ladies that yes, Andy Paul lived in the trailer or some other structure on their property for a period of time prior.
On whose? Don's?
Mm-hmm.
He's a young kid. He's like 19. So then there's that. Okay, now let's think about this. So a tree cutter from Bull's Gap named hold on a second, I'll tell you his name. Oh, Gully. Out of all the names, I'm telling you, this Gully name means something. His name's something Andrew Gully. He goes by Andrew. He died right after Summer goes missing. He worked for the tree company. We found that guy. So then there's a lot of talks about, so the Gullies are related to the, we found direct evidence. I've been meaning to go over this when I go live again. The Gullies are directly related to the Manises and the Mocks, which is Don's, Mary Sexton's daughters. So that'd be Don's stepdad's his daughters. He lied to me on the phone calls when I interviewed him about his profile picture being up on Don's Facebook and then his phone number being the same. People have tried to explain that away. I'm sorry, but in order to have, he had access to Don's Facebook. He has that phone. He has to have that phone. And for it to be the same number, same everything. He denies it, Nana's Angels call it. And he says, oh yeah, Candace and Don will be right back. Don was still in jail at that time. I thought that was Candace talking. So I mean, I'm just trying to give y'all something to think about. And these people are related. They're lying. Why is his face up on? All the goalies are sex offenders. They're the one that got busted in for Sullivan County. That John Allen Biggins used to work for Hawkins County. He's directly related to Zachary Goalie, to Rachel Goalie, all the way to the Mox, and there's like 15 RSOs in that family.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Who does Biggins try to go meet up with?
But who would have gave him Don's phone and why? Candace had it, right?
Yes, and so what I've been talking about. So Benny this was during the time my grandma died. I lost my cell phone, and I came back on, and that's when Tim Mullen and Benny were talking about the phone a lot. And so I called. This is the last video chat that I had with Candace before she kicked me and Allie off the property again. So I talked to her, and this is when I was talked about her seeming like she was firing on all cylinders. You know what I mean? Did y'all hear me talk about that? It's like I'd never seen her. She's like she had a lot of sense this night. I've never seen her that like alert. And this was like 11 to 12 at night, and she's usually really intoxicated. So I asked about the phone. I said, "What's up with this phone?" "Well, the uppers have it." I said, "Who are the uppers?" I said, "Is it the?" She said, "I'll never tell," or something dumb. And I said, "Is it the PIs?" "No." I said, "Is it the cops?" "No, I can't tell you." Well, I start doing the whole reverse psychology thing on her, and then she gets mad, and she says, "Well, if the police want it, all they have to do is come and ask." I got it. And I was like, "Oh, okay." So this is why I haven't got to talk about this a lot, and it bothers me. Because then we see the guy's face. Allie, by the grace of God, caught that. If we weren't friends, and it was really Don Will's Facebook, because that's where we met him and started talking to him, was through that profile on Messenger. This is another good key part of this. Pamela Sanchez, who was over the home repairs for the DCS, their mandates or whatever, they had to have the house in certain condition before anything.
I remember her.
Over that to help with that. And she Dawn wanted to deactivate his Facebook. She said that she went in there and she just hit a button because he had the reminder thing on, and she said it was so easy to get into his settings. She said, "I just deactivated it." She said he hands the phone to Candace. She leaves with Dawn to go get supplies. And before they could, right as how she explained it is, before they got to the dollar store off Lone Star Road, she said Candace already had his Facebook activated again. And I tend to believe her, because she's the one that told me about Jody Sue's son. Her daughter, her son-in-law, saw Jody Sue's son on the property. Then another woman and her two daughters, which they were the ones who chased Jody Sue's son off the property. This is too much strange stuff. And that woman was up there. She's also the same one that said when Don came back from court for his arraignment, he come in and he didn't care who was in the kitchen working. He said he pointed at Candace and he pointed at Grandma. He said, "You two need to get your timeline straight, because the feds are pissed." Something to that effect. I was like, whoa. So I don't know. Due to all this stuff, I tend to believe Don's alibi. It fits. It works. He's at work. Best believe it, if his alibi didn't pan out, his ass would be locked up.
I agree.
My opinion.
Oh, I believe that for sure.
Yeah.
I think anything that Don knows is just things that he was told. I fully believe that he was at work that day.
I believe he became a mouthpiece.
Yeah.
So then him taking the Subaru that day, just a coincidence?
Well, I have a recording where I called Dudley Agent. And you know how he's always told his story. It sounds like he's telling the 15th of June. Well, he got fired on the 14th. He should know nothing about the 15th. But then when I talked to him, he flat out told me that Don drove the white truck. I said, "What?" I got that. I made that live public. Y'all should really listen to that because I can probably go find it. What I'll do when I get off here is I'll make a remix and make a short out of it. So,
well, Don would have drove the truck on the 14th.
Well, then you have Jackie Dobbs saying that he came in town on the 14th, and what did he see Don in?
The white truck.
Yeah. So then,
yeah, Jackie Dobbs saw him in the truck, didn't he?
Yeah, but then Dudley
on the
says
14th.
Yeah, but Dudley says he's driving the red Subaru on the 14th and the white truck on the 15th. So, dude, I don't know.
Well, I think there are just so many people have inserted stuff that honestly they don't know. And I think if you don't know, you just say, I don't know. Now, he could have said how Don was prior to the days leading up. He was working directly with him. Okay, I get it. But when you catch him in lies, then it makes you wonder what else they're lying about.
Right. I'm sorry, people might not like to hear this, but Dudley is full of crap. That dude is full of crap. And all you have to do is listen to him. This dude turns everything Don says around like he is the holy of holy of drywall workers, and that everybody was just scared of Dudley's good work. Then why is he fired? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And Dudley is, if one thing I do know, I better not say it. Never mind. I'm not going to say that. But
well, that's what we were kind of doing, Cam, while you were on your way here. Is we were trying to look at things. Since everybody does lie, I agree with you there. We're not disputing that. I don't think anybody up here is disputing that. We were trying to look at actually what do we know, which is very, very little. So we were kind of going off like the Peter Hyatt thing there and things that Candace had said about the timeline prior to or proceed after they got home, not anything prior to or proceeding, when they got home, because law enforcement thinks that they got home.
Yeah.
And trying to look at like, what do we know? Since we don't know much, let's look at things like what the professionals are saying,
Well, they've messed up too. The police have said she's last seen walking away from her home. And then, then you have, this is the one thing that's bothered me a whole lot, is why did we not hear about Marlena Crawford till way later? And why is that one bothers me? And then she's saying her daughter saw Summer packing a suitcase. I don't believe it. I believe that's fabricated by whoever. I believe there's a lot of influence coming from a certain creator on that, and that's not right because, this one's paying her utilities, and it got so bad Marlena's living in a tent. Don brings up Marlena to me. Is Marlena the one that he has an affair with? I think.
Judging by Candace's old Facebook messages about Marlena.
Yeah.
Well, no, that was about Crystal Spencer, the ones that I've got.
Well, and then we have Marlena's dad, Scott, and he was a preacher at the church down there at the end of Light Holler, the House of Prayer. And when Don goes down there to search, he says, that pastor right there told the private investigators, that pastor right there owes me cocaine.
Right.
And that's Marlena's dad, who has also passed away. she has a lot to I don't know, something really doesn't sit right with me with her, because I feel like, this is my opinion, I'm going to say this, I feel like Sherfy, Mary Sexton, see all all the Mox and Manises, they work at the jail. They're corrections officers for Ronnie Lawson. One's a sergeant. Sherfy's now a truck driver, but who's he a truck driver for? Do y'all know?
No.
I think he's for Josh, Mr. Phillips, the one. Okay, so this is Mr. Phillips is the property near Beach Creek where a set of the prints were, and then the other set is up there on Cricket Manises. Both those people. Jody Sue has a heart attack about the prints, yet he says they're all like, I don't know them. I don't know them. They don't know me. Bullshit. Jody Sue's talking about rubbing the tin on the side of Mary Sexton's house. Y'all remember that? Just a lot of stuff, dude. They don't know each other. They don't know Summer, but Summer sleeps on Christy Monk, Sherfy's girlfriend's lap in church. Fourth row back. I'm like, Lord, to not know somebody and y'all been separated, you sure know a lot about where Summer was in the church and what pew they were in. And this is when they were going to the not Mount Carmel, but the Solomon's Temple. So there's a lot of people that know a lot of things. Dawn goes up to Mary Sexton's property, and when the day Summer goes missing, he says a redheaded lady comes out and says, "Get the hell off my property. You worry about your hill, we'll worry about ours." That was said early on, I think, on Cher's Live. Why would anybody be like that for a missing child? Then come to find out prints are on your property. What? I don't know. It bothers me. That's the stuff that really bothers me. And I digress.
I agree. There's so much.
It's hard. It's hard to wrap your mind around and then you have the police. I don't know. I'm sorry. I do not feel that they have anything. I think they don't know. They know about as much as everybody else knows. Because if you knew something, you would do more than a search in June for 13 days, a 2-day search in November, and then a freaking 1-day search in the beginning of 2022. Right. That is not enough time. That's not enough effort. That's weak, and that's the bare minimum. But yet Carly Trent, that I still go back to that case. Come to find out, guess what? Carly Trent is related to freaking Lawson, and his sisters, or Carly Trent's aunts, are Mary Sexton's like cousins, and they all. So Dawn's mom, Mary Sexton, and who's the woman that wheeled Dawn the money or the property for his mom? What's her name?
Oh, the gold lady? No.
Yes. No, it's Karen.
That is his mom. I know who you're talking about.
Trent.
Clyda Trent.
Yeah.
So Clyda Trent, Mary Sexton, and Karen Goad, they all lived in a trailer in Churchill together back in the day. It's quite, and you have Carly Trent, Clyda Trent. Too much. Same freaking terrain. They find her by locals, one of which is a cop that's Rogersville cop off duty. Same name as Sheriff Lawson, but his name, it's not Ronnie, it's Donnie Lawson. I mean, it's just it's like they are wide open. They don't even try to hide it good, in my opinion.
Are you messing with your mic?
I am having to hold it, and I will fuck. Here, hold on.
Oh, they keep saying sit still.
I can't help that. I'm like, tell them if they heard what happened to me.
One of my mics is the same way. I lost the bottom part that holds it up, like the stand, So to use my good mic, you have to hold it. So yeah.
Yeah, check this out. So it's usually on this mic back here, this thing. But I feel like Bob Barker. So I can't see the chat, but yeah, guys. If y'all only knew what happened to me while I was late, I had a come to Jesus moment again.
That is crazy, though. I hope they catch those people.
I do too. And how do you? I still can't understand how a double murder in Supermax escapes. Supermax, like or the maximum security in the regional jails are 23-hour lockdown now. You don't see the outside ever.
Right.
I don't care what security level you are. You're not going outside.
Maybe they had help.
They would have to be an inside job, or they went to court. Like it would have to be a cousin of a cousin. It's like I can't help it. You'll lose your job, so I have to do family first. You just let a double murder out. This guy had a Cadillac waiting for him. Come on.
Wow.
Anyway, so guys, yeah, long story. I'll just tell you. I pulled out of a car wash in a helicopter. It was over top of my car, and I got pulled over by about 900 cops, and it was really scary. And I about cried like a big girl. I did.
Every cop in the state.
Terrifying. I will mute this and turn my camera off so I don't make a lot of noise. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. They're just saying that you need to sit on your hands.
No, I've become accustomed to blocking stuff like that out, so it doesn't.
Oh, guess what? Here comes the rumors. Oh, look at Cam. Dude, I'm already hyper as shit.
I know.
Something like that happens to me, like I'm jittery.
I know. Well, you were being chased by helicopters and had, all those cops on you.
Dude, I have never seen that many. They were in like trucks, SUVs. You would never know they're cops. I've never even seen a Virginia cop that wears a green outfit.
That's nerve-wracking.
Do what?
Yeah, that's nerve-wracking. Swoop narrowly avoided a car accident last night on her way home. The car in front of her wrecked, and she couldn't even come live. She was shook. So your adrenaline,
So, Cam, so I seen a comment I highlighted. Now I forgot what it was, but it was something about they want to know what your thoughts are on Candace's timeline or the timeline of events that day, and do you think Candace could have anything to do with it?
Where she changed it to the 4:30 thing?
Well, just I think on the complete timeline, and do you think she is possibly involved?
She did not have time to go. I'm sorry, but there's no way in hell she had time to go to that Saint, or what is that, in Rogersville, the Gully Cemetery and all that. There's no way. That's a 45-minute drive from Ben Hill Road. So if she left twice, and you're saying Candace doesn't drive the interstate, by the way. She's like my wife. My wife doesn't drive interstate. She's scared of it. There's no way that she would have been able to get there to that store there's one gas station in that whole area to go to the bathroom and come out. I don't believe that. Now, there is a gas station up near the dollar store that she goes in, and there was reports of her coming in there. That was the extra stop. If people have heard me say this, so there was an extra 2 stops that day that weren't talked about.
So can I ask real quick, were there 2 stops or did she leave the house twice?
So there was 2 extra stops, and I actually have a clip of it, of the news talking about it, that I don't think anybody's seen. Give me just a second, I'll get it. Yeah, this was compelling. I'd never seen it either. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested in this part because there was some information in the video that there was an or placed in between the two events.
A what?
An or.
Okay.
When they were talking about St. Clair.
St. Clair, that's what.
Or the gas station.
Mhm.
Now,
St. Clair Place, right?
Allegedly, if this person, and I hate to even do this because it goes back to that, well, I can't say who said this and, that or whatever, but allegedly, I'm going to wait and listen to what you've said because I don't even know if I want to get into to this because what it would be is if the information is about this gas station is not as the way that I heard it, then we've got another liar amongst us.
Right.
Because allegedly where I found out this information out was the number one, the actual person that found it out.
I'm very close, guys. Just bear with me.
So I'm really anxious to hear this part.
This one bothered me, man, because I don't know how I never heard this before. And it should be right here. It was right at, go ahead.
If what I heard is true, it certainly raises a lot of questions. I'll say that.
More questions. I did a lot.
And I don't have any. Can I prove that this event took place? No, I can't. It all goes on. Do I trust this person? And as bad as I hate to say it, y'all know. I mean, you just can't ever tell.
Well, Dutchie's the one that came out first with the gas station story about the St. Croix place.
Okay, that's the person.
St. Clair. St. Clair. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think I remember we were on a lot together.
The gas station that Dutchie was talking about was not down in that little
town
of St. Clair.
Thank you for remembering that.
It was not in that little town of St. Clair.
Nope.
Again, it was not in that little town of St. Clair.
I have been dying to tell people that. Because it's not. That's not what she said. Okay, it's right. Sorry, I had to go back quite in. Can't believe it's been that many days since that live I did. I had to go back in emails, man. I'm telling y'all, when I say I don't have enough time to check all the emails, I mean it. Here, shoot. It's one person. She has great clips. Here it is. Okay. Y'all talk, add something while I'm pulling this up.
So the St. Clair thing, which I've only recently heard this come out, where is this from? What is the story behind that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
This all came out after Benny popped up on our live and was going off about Scott, saying something about him in our chat. Yeah. Then all this come out, and then he says something on there. He says, that this is when the Marlena didn't even. He says Marlena didn't even know about Summer being missing till what do you say? 6 weeks later. That's why I put out that community post where I showed that she posted day one.
Yeah, she knew the same day.
7 o'clock. So she was like one of the first people to know.
Right.
And that right there, for her to be that involved, one of the first people Candace calls is, I mean, that's a big deal to me. Here you go. Share screen.
So the St. Clair place, is that the Bulls Gap thing?
No, that's Rogersville.
It's in Rogersville?
I think, right? Scott?
I never looked into it that close because that wasn't a place that I had heard in.
Yeah, because
that had to do with the gas station that was told to me was the one that Candace went into the restroom for 5 minutes and came back out and didn't purchase anything and left.
That's the one beside the dollar store, right?
So I didn't pay attention to the rest of it. I wasn't concerned in that.
Right.
Okay, y'all ready? I'm going. Oh, no. Did you see it? I shared it down there.
Yeah, I just added.
Okay. I'm going to mute out and then I will push play.
The second time?
I think we were there for 3 or 4 days, really kind of going over the mapping that's, we did a lot of recon. Myself and Twyla did a lot of recon work, and she spent a lot of time on the Cal Topo maps with another teammate, Marcy, that we found a lot of places that just wasn't covered within that mile and a half, 2 mile range. And we felt that it was necessary that we needed to mop that up and close those places out just to make sure. And then we expanded from there.
Yeah. And this
I
was
think
all
in one particular day, we actually expanded it out 7 or 8 miles just to be on the safe side.
Yeah. Did you
Yeah,
guys
I
ever
think that's
use?
what it was.
Did you guys ever search with drones while you were there? And did you guys bring any dogs, or were there? I know there were dogs there, but did you guys personally bring in dogs that you contracted out, or? And I know drones, yes, right?
Drones, yes. Dogs, no. Okay. Dogs were there when we arrived the first week. They had a multitude of dogs that came on board with them, and they covered a lot of ground. It was cadaver and also tracking dogs, and then we also then brought in Gene. We flew him in from Texas with his high-tech drone, and we had already had missions already picked out as far as on places for him to fly with the camera that he has that actually could tell if a piece of ground was disturbed.
I can tell you that one of those dog teams that was out there in the beginning days is most definitely a team that I know for sure works their butt off and know what they're doing. As a matter of fact, I was with the K9 team that I use out here in the South, and was actually with one of those members from that team this past weekend when we were out conducting the search that I was on this weekend. So I know if she was anywhere where them dogs was at, she would have been found, no doubt in my mind. And I bet Dave can agree to that, because that dog team is A1. I love that dog team.
Absolutely, 100%.
At that point in the beginning, there's no probable cause to get a warrant to do searches there. So I would have to rely on their goodwill to give me consent to do what I needed to do to get onto their property and search the cabins and search the trailer and search the basement and the property itself. So, at that point in time, I would have say, look here, I'm here to help you find your missing child. I need your consent, and I need you to put it in writing so that we make this all legal and allow me to do my job the best that I can do. Absent that, I'm not going to be able.
Exactly, yes. That's exactly what I said to him, Ed. Exactly what you're saying. He's a smart guy. Because I went up there to meet her before our team even got in town. And I said, I'm not here to play detective. I'm not here to investigate. I'm not here to do nothing. I said, to be honest with you, I'm not here for you or your husband or anybody else that's at this house right now. I'm here for that little girl. I said, and that's our goal. And I will tell you this, while we were standing there, full permission to do whatever we wanted to do on that property. And I didn't have any problems. But it was like, once people get off of that property and out of the area, that's when the craziness starts. But dead on what Ed said, that's exactly what I did.
I want to just say this. This was in July that they went out and had dinner with them. The Wells gave law enforcement permission the day they reported and the days to follow, full permission to search their property. The TBI, I have the TBI's website, and I can just go over it quickly with you guys. But I'm not going to put it up on the screen and read it. But they gave them multiple search permissions they gave them permission multiple times to search their home, the crawl space, the sheds, everything on it, every piece of it, up, down, over, and under. Drone searches, aerial searches. They had aviation from adjoining counties assisting them in night searches for, I think, 14 days.
The question is do I think that she's on that mountain? I can't see how the hell she could be with the amount of people that were on that mountain almost instantaneously and over the few days that, the week. the 2 weeks that was just scoured over and over and over by multitude of different.
I did not mean to actually play this one. I was looking for the other one, but this is good right here because this is a good point to make. So Dave Rader didn't even come into town until I think it was the 19th. The search was over on the 28th. So the 19th at 3 in the morning is when they got the lead about the prints. And they said they put everything they had at it, and they really thought they were going to find her and bring her home. I'm sorry, but I told y'all, I don't know if y'all were listening to the live I did about EquiSearch and everything. You know, I worked with the drone guys that worked with EquiSearch. I worked with the PIs that worked with EquiSearch. They did their they did their what's it called? They're the PIs are the ones that got got EquiSearch down here by doing their legwork and finding areas and there's a lot that goes into it. So before EquiSearch will come, they have to have a certain size area. There has to be enough compelling evidence to bring them there. Well, if you talk to anybody that helped with EquiSearch Midwest, and I'm not talking about Texas EquiSearch, I'm talking about Dave Rader's. Dave Rader does not have a very good. I'm just going to be blunt about it. I'm sorry I have to. So he doesn't have a very good reputation. And a lot of the search people that were searching together did not want to work with each other after they came. That's a fact. That's the truth. You can ask them. You know, either they can lie to you or they can tell you the truth. I've got clips of them talking about it. They said that, you know, it was all about getting done early to go drink, which at the Mexican restaurant, and what did they called it the motel up there. They called it the what's it called? My brain can't think. When a man's unfaithful or a woman's unfaithful to their spouse, what's it called? The word. Not cheating, the word. Duh. I know what cheating is. There's a word for it. Adultery.
Adultery.
See? I give up. I'm dropping the mic.
You're fine, Cam. You're all right. For everybody just tuning in now, Cam was through a very traumatic experience on his way home, so that's why he's kind of out of sorts. His adrenaline is on overdrive. So.
I didn't have a chance to put all my clips together because, you know, I was about an hour late. But I will let this play, and I got the other one. It's WJHL playing it. This has a lot to it. I just wanted to say that this is very important when you know the backstory. And I don't know, Scott. Do you know about all that too? Because we know some of the same people.
The backstory on what specifically?
Like when EquiSearch and that you knew. I think you knew that the PIs and them were not getting along after that and all that. But we tried to bring them back together because I was like, I've talked about how everybody wanted to compartmentalize information. Nobody was trying to share it. And then, people were wanting to be silent and not be recognized, but then getting mad when they weren't. It's just crazy. But that's what it was. It became this early on. It became who has better this, who has better. I'm like, dude, this is a missing child's case. So I would find out what I could, and I would tell everybody in the group because that's I don't care. I'll be the bad guy. I want people to know they have to work together. I'm gonna go on.
I have a real quick question.
These are so-called professionals giving us a hard time.
Yeah.
Who writes the Find Summer Wells blog post?
Tim Mullen.
Have you read the one from 4 days ago, The Last Straw?
The one where, I read that today. I actually saw it for the first time.
I haven't. Not 4 days ago. I haven't. No.
Here, I'll pull it up if you want.
Yeah.
All right, hold on one second. I'll pull it up for you. So yeah, he just goes on to talk about, if y'all know, go to watch that clip if you haven't seen it, because it's on Duty Ron. They start talking about that there's a lot of people that took something and made it. They tried to say that Dave Rader said Summer had been moved and all this. It's not what he said. Just go watch that, and then that there was talk about a dead horse on a property, but there was talk that she could have been dropped back off and was making her way back home.
Yes.
Yeah, that one always. I was like, please explain why you said that. I don't know. That could lead to why the prints were there too. You know what I mean? But
well, that's what they were kind of alluding to, since they found two sets of prints so far apart. They didn't know if she was headed in one direction without prints, dropped at the furthest print, and was headed back and made the nearest print, meaning that she would be in a closer vicinity to the home.
Yep.
Because they had no way of knowing, was she going towards the house or coming back, or going away from the house or coming back towards the house.
I think that's
all they knew is they found a near set of prints and a far set of prints, and they don't know in which order they occurred
or which direction they were traveling. And I don't understand that. How do you not know which direction? Which way were they pointed? I don't know. Maybe it was a partial back of a hill. I don't know. But there was talk that they were cast, like the law enforcement did cast those prints.
Okay, now you told me that, Cam, but
yeah,
I still have doubts on them.
Yeah, and you can call and ask the people. Exactly who told me that too. So, I mean,
right.
It's either, and so there's a lot of I don't believe a lot of things they've told me now because I've found out different. I don't know if that's strategy or what, but
I agree.
All right.
So who found the prints? EquiSearch or law enforcement?
Law enforcement found it on Mr. Phillips' property on June 19th.
Yes.
And how are they certain those are Summers?
Because
did the dogs hit?
The dogs hit on it, but it was after search and rescue had already been through the area on foot, on gators, on everything. It was behind a ridge behind Mr. Phillips' house that was hidden from the house that you couldn't see. So it was almost like it was on purpose. Somebody was traveling that. And so when the dogs hit, the question was, why were you not able to see any adult prints or anything like that? And that's what their excuse due to what Mr. Phillips said. And I have all those, he said this in a Facebook group early on. He said, law enforcement and search and rescue told me due to all the trampling and when the dog actually hit on the prints, there was no way to tell if there was an adult print. But then they went and they went through all the Mr. Phillips children's shoe sizes. They compared them, and they process of elimination. So they said that none of those prints belonged, or the prints that they found that the dogs hit on didn't belong to the children. This is interesting too. They got Summer's scent from a shoe and a sock that was in a shoe at the house. That's the scent that the dogs were following. So that's always been a big deal to me.
Right.
So, okay, I'm getting that post up right now. I had to go ahead and just go to Facebook and pull it up myself.
I saw somebody in chat and they're correct. WJHL put an article out 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I seen Time News did too.
Oh, okay.
You want me to share their post? And
It's essentially what it's talking about is their post.
okay, so I'll just share. I'm just going to share the original one. If you, what is the Facebook called? Summer Wells.
It's Summer Wells, findsummerwells.com, I think.
Okay. I didn't know if it was the same as the website. Yeah, it's Find Summer Wells. Okay, so updates and notices. Here we go. Well,
It's the last straw is what it's titled.
Yeah, it is. I saw. So it's not a group. It's a. Okay. I had it on my. There it is. I found it. Now let me share this for y'all. Why does it show me that every time? All right. Can you see that? Is it down there?
Not yet. Oh, there it is.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Okay. It says, the last straw, it doesn't matter what people think of us. After 9 months, I return to the loss of everything. My wife and I strip the house and start to rebuild our lives from scratch. And what is the first thing DCS does? They tell us we can no longer see or call our boys. Our assigned lawyer does not return calls. The regional DCS person did not respond to our email. Yet there are no charges against us. Nothing. Then we begin reading recent articles of a statewide disgust of the Tennessee DCS. Here we are, an Amber Alert family. Our daughter Summer is still missing, and the DCS won't let us talk to our own boys, her brothers. It may seem like a harsh word, but the DCS have kidnapped our boys. If they treat us, American citizens, this way concerning our boys, no communication, then what chance do we have of ever seeing Summer again if she is found? We didn't break the Tennessee DCS system, which loses nearly 50% of their case workers each year. That's actually true. Which makes money for every child they take and keep so they don't lose federal funds. Which have children placed in sleeping on office floors and placed in hospitals for their suffering existence. Read the articles. And this is the system that is supposedly caring for American citizens' children. How well we now understand. This broken system cash cow must have, we ask, everyone who loves Summer Moon Utah Wells to cry out as her voice in demonstration to the state of Tennessee that this is wrong beyond wrong, what they are doing to children and their families. Yes, on the personal side, we see no reason they have stripped us of all communication with our boys. Is this how you treat Amber Alert families or any family that is not American? But the picture is much bigger than us. Say what you want about us, but DCS system is broken. And Summer would tell us to fight for the sake of her brothers as well as the children in these articles that we will be posting. Help us with the great loss of Summer, who has deeply touched hearts worldwide. To let her voice cry for others, to speak loudly to news media, social media, the Tennessee government against a system that is pushing children into a prison lifestyle. As stated in one article, it has been 1 year since we went quiet. That ends. We are sick of it all. We came across this song online and it says it all. Here are the lyrics. What made you believe you had the right to use me in your games? You play with my mind. I wonder why you build us up to tear us down. I wonder what you tell yourself. 'Cause we're living in a broken world where money rules the throne. I don't want to feel helpless anymore, no. From now on, we'll take a stand because naturally we're sick of it all. There's no doubt in my mind we do our best to heal these open wounds we've tried to forget. I wonder, do you know how wonderful you are? I wonder how you stay so strong. Because we're living in a broken world where money rules the throne. I don't want to feel helpless anymore, no. From now on, we'll take a stand because naturally we're sick of it all. And then sick of it all, sick of the ball. 4 times. Living broken world where money rules the throne, There you go. Don and Candace Wells.
It sounds like some really flowery language for me to buy that Don wrote that.
I feel
Yeah,
like,
and going back to what Cam said, if CPS or DCS put forth a program that, from what I understand, now I don't know, I don't have proof, but from what I understand, both of them were supposed to complete rehab.
Mm-hmm.
We know Don did not. That's why he stayed in jail for 9 months instead of 6.
Yeah, which they didn't have they wouldn't let him
So
complete the program.
if they were ordered by DCS to go to rehab, and like Cam was saying earlier, go to AA, the outpatient, all that's involved with rehab, and they failed to do that, they can take that last straw letter and put it where the sun doesn't shine, because it means absolutely nothing if they did not comply to what they were supposed to do. Had they complied, they would probably get to see their kids.
Yeah, it's true. And I can even vouch for the fact that they didn't go to the last few visits Candace had. She didn't go. She didn't go on Christmas. And, they have, I think, if I understand this correctly, the state of Tennessee gives you 12 months to complete their court orders. If you don't, you lose your rights. Now, if that's what I've been told. Now, Don brought this up last time I talked to him, which has been quite a while. He brought this up about DCS and all that, and I'm like, how much does he know? I wonder if he knows that Candace didn't go to those meetings with the boys. I don't know, because she was, on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, she called our house when we're trying to do Christmas with our kids drunk, and stayed on a video call. It was very, very. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, I know, but she could have been spending that with her boys. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's
No, you're right.
inexcusable. I mean, personally, I think that's inexcusable as a mother to not even go see your kids on Christmas. I mean, especially if you're trying to get them back, you're not trying at all.
It is, yeah, exactly. You nailed it right there. Quit using your poor fucking decision making and your sick ass lazy behavior.
Yep. And blaming everybody and everything.
Right. Blaming everybody and everything because of your lack of responsibility and accountability to do what you're supposed to do.
Yep. Well, this is for all the people.
No different than it was, like I said. Well, this is before Cam got here, but before Don ever went to jail or anything, it's the same bullshit right now as it was back then. The same bullshit. Just fucking round 2 of it.
Well, they didn't do anything they were supposed to do, or they didn't do it all. Like, they've shown no interest. They haven't been there, but now all of a sudden the system's broken.
Yeah, right.
Now
they did fire a lot of even the workers in Hawkins County. I don't know what that was about. I did see that, and that's weird to me, but I don't know if that has anything to do with it. And this is for all the people that out right here that don't listen. If you look, I call Candace and them out on their shit all the time. I don't agree with it. I'm gonna call it out. I mean, I've said this a million times about her not seeing them on Christmas, and that she lost her own rights. But yet, I'm taking up for them, saying they need to have their kids back. People, y'all got to listen. I will tell you good things that need to be known in this case. And if I was ever called for a witness, I would say no. You did not make an effort. Her and Grandma would make an effort to go down there. They made like treat bags for Halloween. And and we gave. This is what bothers me. We gave her money for the boys' Christmas. They never told us they couldn't. That they couldn't. This is what I was told by them or by other people, that they couldn't give the boys money in foster care. I said, why? You can't give them birthday money or Christmas money? I mean, so we gave it to Candace, and so that I never gave Candace money. We never raised money for Candace, but by God, I was trying to have the boys have a good Christmas. Now, who got that money? Candace did. What she does with it, I can't help. That's the kind of shit that's bothered me through this. Like, I never heard anything about, did you give the boys Christmas money? We got them close to $400 or $500, plus the thousands that we got for another family and their cousins that we raised. And I was trying, they didn't say anything about it yet. They accused people. Did you steal a gift card to Buffalo Wild Wings? No, that came from my mom. Literally, I mean, that's the shit they're worried about. Who stole old Krusty Hammer? The people that are up there trying to volunteer their time to help the kids for a better place to live in case they got put back there. Get accused of stealing an old Krusty Hammer or something. Come the hell on. I was asked to build Don a car garage, so he didn't. I was like, come on. No. I'm sorry. My shit pisses me off too.
So do you think she was just being like paranoid and delusional, or do you think she was intentionally saying that to kind of justify, well, that's why we don't want to talk to Cam and Allie anymore?
It was a different reason every time we turned around. Now she's back to the whole thing about now she's back to the whole you were messed up on December 10th. I'm like, you kicked us off that property 2 times after that. So don't feed me that shit.
Well, and here's another post they just made a day ago. So this one is 1 day ago. And it's this, yes, we are a unique case. Yes, we have no charges against us and no child abuse case against us. Yes, the DCS helped us over a year ago, but suddenly we were stopped from even phone calling our boys, and talk to them. Our whole family has suffered deeply from the loss of our daughter and sister, Summer Moon, Utah Wells. But now DCS system that was helping us with our boys turns out to be a shambled system who makes us feel like our boys have now been kidnapped.
I firmly believe that I really do. Until I see any other paperwork that goes again, I believe they did close the case on June 14th. I really do. I also, people don't like this, but I called a guardian ad litem in Tennessee, and I said, what, because let's get everybody's on the same page. A guardian ad litem is for the best interest of the boys.
Right.
That's what they do. So how does Don and Candace have attorneys that would advise them not to cooperate with law enforcement if they are court appointed for a custody hearing? What damn lawyer that's in a custody hearing would tell you not to cooperate in finding your missing child? None.
Right.
And so then they said, this is why I go against what Sheriff Lawson said. I think it was bullshit. It was a tactic, knowing that Grandma was going to have an interview, to intimidate. And I know that's what happened because they did not have attorneys. Don did not have an attorney, didn't hire an attorney. His sister didn't hire an attorney because he said for the longest time, I don't need one if I didn't do anything wrong. He stands by that. So I don't know what he has now, but as that time he did not. And that whole shit about it bleeds over. How the hell does a custody hearing bleed over into a missing child investigation that has no charges filed?
Right.
It's bullshit.
I mean, if anything, depending on the CPS investigation, there could be charges that come out of that, but that has nothing to do.
Oh, absolutely.
With Summer and Summer being found.
Well, if they closed the case on the 14th, so when did Don? This is what he said, and he said this early. He sticks to this. I didn't know about the 14th, them closing the case, because I guess I didn't ask him the right questions. And I've learned that's how you have to be with him. You have to ask him the right question. He says he said that that it was dangerous up there, psychics and all that coming up there. And then he said, I messed up. Well, he told everybody he went drinking, but he was messing. He was on drugs. That's when they failed a urine screen. I find it hard to believe that it was one for them to remove the boys, but maybe where it's a high profile case, they didn't play with it. And they said, well, one piss test is enough. I don't know. I would think it would be 2 or 3, but then again, I don't know. So if they're what charges would that carry? I don't know. Is that neglect or is that substance abuse? Was their only thing to complete substance abuse and get the house in order? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, we only know what they've said.
Sad. I don't know.
I mean, I would think that they would have some type of rehab program they would have to enter.
But what she was supposed to enter substance abuse counseling, and she, like, if I understand what she's explained correctly, that was maybe going to one NAAA meeting a week. Now, if she had a MRT program, that has to be ordered by a judge, and you complete the program or you violate. So I don't think she had that because there was no charges. So
she couldn't make one meeting a week or a month, did you say?
She said that I can complete them at home, and I said, bullshit. No, you can't. I have never heard that in my entire life.
Yeah.
I think during COVID, though, they were having some stuff online.
That's what I was going to say. They moved a lot of the courses.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure NA did it too, but AA I know because, that's their recovery program that I'm in. They moved a lot there was tons of online, basically every local meeting went and had a Zoom meeting.
I have actually,
but otherwise, besides that, any other thing. Now, I don't know how they did it because I wasn't dealing with it then. But when it was in person, like if it was court ordered, court mandated recovery meetings, you had to have the chairperson, the chair of the meeting, put down the location of the meeting, which meeting they went to, the time, the time that the meeting was, what your name, the chairperson's name was, and your phone number. That way, if the court or, recovery court, drug court, DCS, whoever needed, parole officers, probation officers, whoever needed to, find out if the person was lying, if they were going to meetings or not, they could actually call the person that chaired that meeting and say, hey, was, so-and-so at your meeting, did you sign his attendance sheet?
Yeah, look here. I'm going to share something with y'all, and you might get a kick out of this. I think you will. Here's, I don't know if y'all have seen this before. This is me doing exactly what Scott just talked about. So I used to be the facilitator for a group, and that's when people, I used to sign off on drug court and all that when they would come court ordered. And here's a video of it. There's another channel found it and posted it like they were doing some harm to me, but they didn't. Here, hold on, I'll find it. Well, she must have took it down. Never mind. Anyway, that's exactly, you named it to a T. So, like, she would have to go, and the point in time that she was having to do that was towards the end of 2021. They were meeting back in person. But so she could have done. That's just a bit, that's just another excuse that is not an excuse, because if you were able to sit at home and you still didn't damn do it, come on, man. Sorry.
Well, I agree, and it's a little hard to feel sorry for not getting your boys back when you haven't done what you were supposed to this whole
Exactly.
time,
Exactly.
and all of a sudden it's a big deal now.
They sure as hell they got the house done. That was all really that they worried about. So okay. Yeah, I don't know. So she privated it. I can anyway. But that I want to find that other news clip for you, and then I'll quit. That's all the stuff I really felt like was important for y'all to hear. That's the one with her talking about leaving. I had it right here, and then I clicked off to go look at something else.
Candace talking about leaving?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's on WJHL too. Okay. Yeah, y'all go ahead. I mean, find a subject. I just have to find this clip real quick.
So I guess I want to kind of hear, what are both of your theories as to what happened potentially, or what do you think is not likely? I guess is not probable to have happened. Either one.
Go ahead, Scott.
What is not likely?
Either what do you think happened, or is there anything like a scenario that has been thrown out that is not probable, I guess?
I would say where I am today, I mean, it's changed, from June of 2021 for sure. Not too much, but it has. I do believe that there, and I'll have reason to say this. I believe there is a possibility that Summer didn't stay as close to the home, but it only takes one time. Even if she did stay near her swing, all it takes is one time of running off. And given the type of people that live around that area and visit the people that live on that road, after all the things that we've learned about them, that one of those creepers could have very well been in the area and just had a crime of opportunity.
Yep.
Summer wasn't as close to the house. She went down the driveway or was playing in the creek, or she went over the hill down to, on the other side where the shed side is, and was playing down there, and somebody just happened to see her, someone that she knew that she wouldn't be frightened of.
Yep, no stranger. That's where Jody Sue said the creek. She was in the creek last.
And they said something like, hey, Summer, let me give you a ride back up to the house, or something like that. They knew her, or she knew them, so she wasn't frightened, and they just took off with her.
Mm-hmm. It's a good theory too, because definitely not a stranger abduction.
I mean, law enforcement says there is no sign whatsoever of her disappearing or being abducted or being kidnapped. And all of the search crews, regardless of, how you feel about EquiSearch was not the only search crew out there.
That's right.
They have not found that little girl.
Nope.
Anywhere around that immediate area, and it was saturated with people. Yep. There's been 2 hunting seasons since then, 2 mowing seasons since then. So there's been people all over the fields and the woods. Now, I know it's a big old area, and you can't get everywhere, but having said that, if a hunter can't get to a specific spot in the woods to hunt, then it's going to be hard for a 5-year-old to do it too.
Scott, what do you take of that campsite that's not even hundreds of feet that they didn't find, through their searches, and I found it early November, and I don't even think they still went up there, and I can tell you that they didn't know about it because the property owner on 174 didn't know about it, and he has cameras all over. He said, "No, there's not." I said, "Yes, there is." And he was part of the first initial search. That's the kind of shit that bothers me. Like, they should have been up there. They should have ran across that.
Right. I agree.
Yeah. And
which makes you have to wonder.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think with that many agencies and that many people that they did a thorough search, but then you have to question it.
You really do. And because it's not only that, there's multiple other things that were missed. I mean, like, I'm sorry, Summer's shoes being outside down, I don't care if a dog carried them off or whatever. I don't know when it happened, whatever. But those things should have been collected. Those, like, shoes laying out there. What if it just so happened that the dog didn't carry a shoe down there? What if she was wearing them and they fell off if somebody grabbed her? What if? You don't know.
That's very true.
Because they come in and they already had their theory. If you all remember, law enforcement, she walked away and got lost. They didn't know that. What is evidence of evidence of abduction look like? If it's done and nobody sees it, there is no evidence of it. If somebody pulls up and she's walked down the hill from her property, and somebody pulls up and opens the car door, and she gets in and they drive off, what evidence is there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
there's no evidence to find, and that would go to my second theory, is that they had it planned for her to go stay with an aunt, uncle, friend somewhere,
right?
And she's wherever she is right now.
Exactly, man. It's
alive and well.
Yep. Or the latter, and then there's then I have my beliefs of. So here's my theory. Before I shared something down there at the bottom, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to plug up my.
Hey,
charger.
Lolita, can you grab that? I'm not at my computer.
What am I grabbing here?
He's sharing something.
Okay. This is something I found that I feel like it's important too for everybody to see if you haven't seen this, and look at the date when this was posted.
Stars just nailed on it right there.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Imagine the amount who have not been caught to get on the register.
That's why I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility for some creepo just being in the area. And
Marlena Cantu, you're going to like what I'm sharing right now that you just said that. Do you see it, Lolita?
That's what Marlena said.
Is it in private chat?
No, it's down at the bottom.
No, he's sharing his screen.
Oh, I see what you mean there. There we go.
Okay, so, yeah, Marlena Cantu said, I've always thought Grandis took her to Wisconsin and put her with Rose. Well, see, the picture that we saw with the green ring around that picture, people wanted to give us hell about that. But listen, we found out that the feds went and checked into it. So they obviously thought that it was serious enough too. We didn't know that. And, I'm sorry, but when I see a kid's face covered up in another one, I'm like, why the hell is that happening? And it just so happens to be the place where Summer and Candace and them went in 2020 in Wisconsin. There's pictures of her on the four-wheeler, and and then they're talking about, there was a man up there in 2020, and it wasn't Dawn. I found that out with who's that guy? There's a lot of shit that doesn't make sense. Anyway, this right here is regarding the missing sister. Oh, hold on. Let me get zoomed in here. Okay. This was, oh shit. Sorry, guys. June 19th, 2021. Regarding the missing sister. So I kind of don't know what this comment right here says above it. And it says something about traffickers for drugs. When I asked why not the boys, the majority of people seem to think S traffickers only want girls. So then now this person who's the author of this post says to Talia Channel Morlock. Do y'all know who the Morlocks are, right? In Beach Creek. Listen, I'm the author of the post you're commenting on. Read the screenshots. I posted this here specifically to dispel the rumor that Candace had said this. She did not. Their other sister, Jeannie, allegedly admitted to KIA Rose. It was not Summer's mother, Candace Blywell. I had not seen this, but I just thought it was very, very crazy.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Well, I'd never seen that before either.
Yeah. I've been finding some crazy stuff. So, sorry, guys. Just motion sickness there.
Wow.
Yeah. And I want to know who this person is, but the Morlocks are what? Jody Sue's family. Is it one of them? I don't know. Probably. Let's see. Okay. So there's that. Let's chew on that for a minute because I had to do the same thing. And I'll find this other one. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm like bouncing all over the place, but I'm finding stuff, and I'm like, I got to show that real quick.
Yeah.
Well, that alone, I mean, just going back from the beginning before we ever even knew about this post right here, in the very beginning, just finding out that we've got two people missing that's unsolved from the same family. Yep. Statistically, jeez, probably have about an equal chance of getting struck by lightning as that happening.
Yeah.
Right.
It's true. Okay. Oh, here.
I'm going to put a PSA out to all my neighbors on their next door app. I swear, if your kid goes missing, I'm not covering for anybody.
Okay, so this, I'm getting close to, I'm on something right here. It says, listen to Ziggy's last video. Very contradicting. Fred said Candace had an interaction with his friend, and he's seen interaction happen at the end of his driveway, asking if seen Summer, but he supposedly was gone, said on another video. Why and how did, is that true?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and listen to the last one, but I know on the first one, yes, he said that was true. He was not home.
Yeah.
I thought so, yeah. So it said, why and how did dogs hit up Fred Hill's driveway? Candace never went up driveway by the statement. Was his friend walking on driving? Now, on another video, he said Candace was walking down drive or not driving. Is Fred truthful on or throwing the wells under the bus? Just questions I have. Ziggy believes everything, and his wife says sorry. Yeah, he also said Rose was in Tennessee, but we know that is not truthful. Does Fred even know he's being recorded? I don't know. So that just leads up.
I mean, my answer to that is I believe at this point, yes, Fred knows he's seen everything put out. So,
as somebody messaged me the other day, I was like, is the people down there really scared of Fred? And I would lean towards the more of a yes, because when his name's brought up by JLR to some locals, they're like, no, get the hell away from me, dude.
Yeah.
I was like,
really? I mean, I think that obviously there are some things he says that we have found to be truthful, but everything?
Not everything.
No.
Yeah, he definitely, I think he gets a kick out of doing some things.
But here's the thing. This last trip, I thought she didn't have Fred recorded. I thought that it got messed up. And that recording, she didn't have Fred.
Yeah, that's what I understood, that it didn't record for whatever reason. Fred, anyway.
Oh, found it. Okay, let me not share this. Am I still sharing? Okay. Boom. Here you go. Oh, pause. Here you go.
I'm going to have to go back and listen to the recent conversations, I guess, to look at that and see if there were any inconsistencies like that.
I think there was a clarification on that
It's down there at the
Fred
bottom.
clarified that his friend, because originally it was Candace Walk down there, but then his friend clarified that she wasn't walking, she drove down there.
Yeah, I do remember hearing that recently, that
Yeah.
he clarified that. And then the other thing is the other guy that she was talking to, that was not Fred. That was, what's his name?
Andy Paul?
Nope.
Redmond?
Nope. Gosh, what is his name? And he wasn't happy. I don't think he knew he was being recorded. Yeah, go back and look it up.
Mr.
Haskell Rhines?
Haskell, yes.
Haskell. I got a lovely picture of him. Have you seen his mugshot?
I think so.
No, but I can only imagine.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've got a general idea in my mind of what he
It's funny.
And
Hold on.
what he would
And
probably
the
look like.
friend, the friend who saw Candace, right? Fred's friend, his name is Chad, right? Is that Chad?
Chad? Are you? There's Mr.
Chad.
Chad is supposedly the guy
Billy and Chad
that lives on Light Holler that saw Candace driving on Light Holler. I think
Chad
it was at 3:45.
Okay.
That JLR had talked to him, yeah.
Chad Arnold and Billy Arnold. They're brothers. One lives on. Now, it's not the same Light Holler. It's the one that's down on farther. There's one before you get to Ben Hill if you're coming from Solomon's Temple.
So that he lives on Light Road?
Light Road, which then if you look from Google Maps, it's called Light Holler too.
Right, yeah.
I shared that down there at the bottom if y'all got that. This is the first part that needs to be heard.
Hey, Lolita, can you grab that?
I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. God bless and much love to everybody. Hello, Good Fortune. Mountain
Jesus
Nanny.
Christ,
Hello, much
I
love to you.
almost had a heart attack.
Hello.
Prayer Garden was on our panel. Oh my God.
She is. She's over here doing a live with me.
Like, what the fuck?
Yes, I spoke to Donald and Dudley. I was going to have a live about that tonight, but I spoke to Candace a little bit ago on the phone. Matter of fact, just got off the phone with her. And so we decided we're going to discuss Jody Sue. Said that here, Candace, I'm going to drop you a link, honey, if you'd like to come up. You're more than welcome to come up. I understand Benny's going to come in and come up with you. I just dropped a link into the chat. If you'd like to come up, sweetheart, you can come up. I won't let nobody else up on panel while you're here. I think you have a right to say, I think you have every right to come up and speak upon this. I know that Candace is upset right now with this. It's the first time she's heard it, and she's very concerned about it. Absolutely, as she should be.
When was this from?
It's to my understanding that she did have suspicions, and this has just made her suspicions even more so. So,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Early on.
If you want to come up,
How old is this,
Candace,
Pam?
please take a link and
Um,
come up and.
This one is right. This is when this is when Candace comes on and changes her timeline to 4:30. Now this is right after a very big influence from Jody Sue. Candace is very intoxicated, and I do not believe this is accurate. I believe she said what was wanted, what was wanted of her to be said. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah, she was led to say that.
Yeah, she was. So I wanted to play this part first, and I think absolutely. Here we go.
Marlena Cantus.
Have your say. I got Candace back here, I believe. Candace, I need to see your face, sweetheart. Let me see. Okay, I'm bringing you up, Candace.
Good old Jody Sue right here.
How you doing, Candace?
Good old Jody Sue.
How the
Okay,
big
I
one
have
they were
Candace
getting
back
along.
here, I believe. Candace, I need to see your face, sweetheart.
I'm here.
You have to click out of.
You up, Candace.
You got to click out the other
How
stream
you
you
doing,
just came up in, hon. There you go.
Okay.
Yes,
I have
that's much
Candace
better.
back here.
Wait.
That is pure.
Did you click out the other tab, sweetheart?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Was this or before or
Tonight's
after
first
Don went to
time
jail?
that you heard what Jody Sue said, Candace, how you feel about
After.
It was after. Okay, I was thinking that. Cool.
All right.
that, sweetheart?
Not very good.
Sweetheart.
Kind of upset about it, ain't you?
Extremely upset.
Yeah. And you have every right to be upset, Candace. Absolutely every right to be upset.
Get your
You
nose
was
out of
telling
it.
me that you had your suspicions. Did this make your suspicions even stronger now, sweetheart? Hey, Benny, what's up, my brother?
How you doing, Miss Sissy? Good to see you, sister. Hi,
Good.
Candy.
That's a lot.
Benny's here with us, Candace. He just came on panel.
Hey, Benny.
Good to see
Hey,
you,
brother.
sister. I'm just here
So-
to support. Just here to support.
I just got the bubble.
Absolutely. I mean, I know she's upset, Benny, and she needs a lot of support right now. That was a shocker to her.
So can we
Yeah, absolutely.
can we pause for a second? Because
It's a hard deal. You're absolutely right.
Here we go. Absolutely positive.
Okay, so can you tell me what was just said that this happened?
So this is right after. So Jody Sue. Okay, let me lay the framework. Candace and Jody Sue were very, very close friends. Candace thought the sun shined out of Jody Sue's butt for a while, and she could do no wrong. Well, this was right. Okay, I'll tell you when this was. This was in October. So this is when Jody Sue started flipping on Candace, and Candace got upset, and I believe Candace was led to say all of this. Then you have Prayer Garden, of course, she's screamed, "Tell the truth, Donald," and tells him to go turn Candace in, but yet then she's like calling her sweetheart and everything. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is terrible, by the way. And this is, I don't know. I don't want to even. I don't want to say too much because it bothers me. But that Scott, help me. You know me more to explain this better. I'm very triggered by Miss Prayer Garden, so I got to shut up.
Oh yeah, I know. Prayer garden makes me want to scrape my forehead on brick walls.
She said, "Why don't you go up there and stick your head up Cam's butt and you fart spray motherfuckers?"
Oh, I'm dead.
That woman don't like
Okay.
me at all.
You could play it again.
I'm
Maybe
gonna-
it'll tell us in here. If not,
I'm
I'll
gonna
kinda
go
listen to
bath
that
the
history.
kids.
You should get the fart spray off of him. You go kiss my ass. All right, here we go.
Yeah, it is. And you know, it's hard for, you know, tonight's the first night that Candace heard that Jody Sue also said that Baltimore told their daughter that he was the last one to see Summers.
Yeah, that's a tough one, and
It is.
It's one of those things that's, it's been lightly or moderately talked about, and it's one of those things that, as a friend.
Are you
to
okay, Candace? Are you all right, sweetheart?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah, see, this is the deal right here.
This is
right?
hard for you, ain't it, sweetheart?
Saved by the Candace there.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay, Candace.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
Pretty, at this point, Candy, we're, we want to believe that Jody Sue is just, talking crap, right? And so there's no reason at this moment to believe that what she said is true. So you have to just keep your hope on that, right?
I don't
And
think
you have to
anything she
make sure
says
that
is true.
TBI checks that out. I mean, I'm sure that you're upset because you know, how did they not make her take a lie detectors test? Why did they not have to do? You know, you, Donald, and your mother had to do that. And you know that this has been sent to TBI. TBI knows about it. Why have they not acted upon it or done something about it?
Miss.
I don't understand why she can say all this stuff and just
Get away with
questioned.
it. Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you have every right to be questioning that, sweetheart.
Yeah, Candace made a really good point when we were talking earlier. She was like, why haven't Jody Sue's kids been split up and questioned separately?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's such a impactful statement, coming from Candace. It's like, whoa, like she's, you can clearly tell Candace has given that a lot of thought.
Absolutely. A lot. Yeah, but I'm going to tell you why, Candace. Here, let's listen to it again, sweetheart. I'm going to play that one again.
Thank you, sweetheart.
And I'll explain to you why.
2 days ago, they called me and basically saying that Baltimore/Indy was still here, or that we were there, or some amalgamation of such. And Summer's body was, oh y'all, and everybody was like, we know better, whatever. But the call had been made to an address I'm not actually at.
You know why she got away with it? She got away with it because you can't a lot of people. I played this tape for my chat about 10 times in a row one night. One night I kept playing it. And you know what they kept telling me? I don't understand what she's saying. I don't understand what she's saying. What you don't understand is that's how and I even took this one and intensified it so that you could understand it better. I mean, as far as I could get it to, so on the original video, you really couldn't understand it very well. Like I said, I took it and I amped it up to where. So that's how she got away with it. Absolutely. and also a lot of people, my chat tells me they can't stand to listen to her, that she gives, they can't make out what she's saying. So a lot of people don't even pay attention to her at all. And they try to listen, but they just
I wish
fucking
more
lose
would
it
stop paying
and run
attention to
off.
her.
And that's why she's getting away with this shit right now. But you know what? PG decided, I'm going to walk through hell. I'm going to listen to this woman. I'm going to figure out what the hell did she just say? And then PG got it down. There you go. There it is. Because you know what? I do listen. And, right there, Candace, and you should be questioning it, hon. He got away with that shit, Benny.
For me, I can hear some of the key words that we're listening for, but for me, it's missing a little bit of context. It's not to say that it isn't something that needs to be looked at again and again and again. It's for me, knowing everything I know about Jody Sue, trying to fit it into a context. It's difficult. So you guys, you ladies rather, so much more about Jody Sue and the profile of her. So I'm kind of just supporting, what I'm just here to support.
That's why I brought it to Candace's attention, because Candace, knows Jody Sue real well too. And if this brings tears to Candace's eyes, then Candace knows enough about Jody Sue to know this is important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that true, Candace?
I just, what I don't understand is, I've been neighbors with her for 13 years. And like, when she come over here, she was mouthy. Like, she owned everybody's mountain. And it's like, I live here, you don't.
Right. Like she's Queen
So I
of
always
Sheba
try
up
to
on the
keep the
fucking
kids
mountain
away
there.
from her.
She's still like that, and
and
she
she
doesn't
said
even live there.
that she babysitted your children.
She never babysitted any of my kids, and never will.
There you go, folks. Another lie from Jody Sue. And how did you meet Jody Sue, Candace?
Jody Sue actually was at the Priceless parking lot. Before then, I believe it was an IGA.
Priceless again.
Absolutely. So you didn't meet her up on the hill. You and Donald didn't go up there.
I absolutely have to add something about the Priceless. I went there. They obviously, a lot of people like to meet from Beach Creek in the Priceless. Is Scusi? What was it? That was scary. Did y'all hear that?
No.
That was scary, dude. Something just like picked up and sounded. I don't know. Anyway, so first time we went down there, y'all remember that guy that pulled up to us? Did y'all hear that?
At the Priceless?
Yeah. Yeah, it was the guy pulled up. He said, "You want to go down to Beach Creek and party?" Pulled up to Allison was driving. He didn't see me in the car, and it was very weird. And then he started talking about Kentucky, Pikeville, Kentucky. All this, I'm like, "What? Are y'all from Pikeville, Kentucky?" I'm looking for a maroon van. I'm like, I'm in a silver SUV. Does this look like a maroon van? It was very weird. So I got bad vibe and we wanted to follow him. And this dude, I tried to, and he took off. But it's just some creepy stuff. Why is Priceless always in the picture out there? Why do people refer to themselves in the third person? I'm just joking. Sorry.
So I know. I got that too.
G, welcome to the very of the channel again.
So how far is the Priceless? Is that like their main grocery store?
There's 2 of them.
Okay.
There's 2 of them in Kingsport. Maybe more. Is there more, Scott?
I can only think of 2 right now.
And one going towards Churchill, right? And then one.
Yeah, and then there's one down there right before you get in. It's in Bloomingdale, like as you're going towards Waldo Gap.
Yeah.
It just seems weird to me. You meet your neighbor at a Priceless grocery store. That's where you first met?
Just the same coincidences with everything in this case. I've never seen so many in my life.
I mean, who else did you meet at the Priceless that day? Pure speculation, but I don't know.
Well, the guy, like this was saying, the guy we ran across was sitting in the parking lot, flashing his headlights at us and stuff, trying to get us to go down to Beach Creek. I'm like, what is going on? Like, I was like, I don't know. It was very strange. And it was just by pure accident we pulled in there. It's like 12 at night. Trying to think of anything else. This right here, I'm going to try to skip through it a little bit because, oh, by the way, did y'all get my email? I got a strike today.
From who?
So you did get a strike then. Holy shit.
Yeah, I got struck today. And it said because I used a video content. I did not use any video at all. I used a picture. That picture, and I used my face behind the picture to make it talk. How is that a copyright strike?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't understand that either because I remember you asking if you can get a strike for that. Remember, Tiffany tried to strike us because her face was in a thumbnail, and YouTube just removed the thumbnail and didn't strike.
I got a freaking strike, and it said the game.
I'd fight that, Cam.
Let me tell you what else, because since this one wants to do this, she was the one that put the video out of me doing the my recovery classes and facilitating that, which she doxed me in. That's why she took it down. My full name here. Let me tell you this too. So she sends me. This is a low blow, and because I made that video, let me find it real quick. She sent me the NA Celebrate Recovery Study Bible to my house. And what, Allison? I can't hear
Okay,
you.
that's creepy. I'm sorry, but don't send. That's real life.
She sent it anonymously, and then it said from somebody who cares. And then she commented on the video to try to make it look like she just loved us so much. She's so proud of seeing that video, and I'm like, it's very, very creepy, and I'm very pissed off about it.
Who's the crap's doing that?
That is Common Sense True Crime, Holly. You see that short I made? This woman, dude, and it was just like, I don't see how this is a copyright strike. It was a picture, and I said I'm going to turn hate into humor. It was not. It was just. It wasn't something funny, dude. I mean, she got her feelings. This woman has made her 98% of her content is about us, and I don't know.
Lord have mercy.
I'm scared to do anything, man. I'm afraid that they'll take my channel down. Oh.
Well, that's how Days lost her channel because of Jody Sue.
Yeah, she told me.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. She goes over, go look at her community post when y'all get a chance after this.
I've never even heard of her.
Common Sense True Crime.
She's the woman that came up on my panel with me and Chasing.
I heard the name before.
And she made herself look really, really bad. Talking about addiction. I said, how do you, and when she was talking about the will stuff, I said, how do you know that this was happening? Because she was spreading like just so much hate, misinformation. She said, because I know, I can feel it in my heart. I'm like, so that means it's right? I'm just trying to be real with her.
Well, and that's the fine line on true crime, right? That I think that many people get upset about, and where I feel like, you know, there's a line between a tragedy pimp and a true crime person, right? And I believe that creators should get paid for their content and putting out stuff. And yeah, just like everybody else, it takes a lot of work. I didn't know till I made one video how much time goes into that.
Yep.
So I'm fully supportive of that. I don't think that makes you a tragedy pimp, but I mean, putting out misinformation, putting out your feelings, right? I mean, we all have feelings about the Wells, but that doesn't mean they did it.
I've literally
I
heard
mean,
people-
it doesn't mean that they did anything to her. It just makes them shitty parents sometimes,
Yep.
right?
Yep. And this is what bothers me too. If okay, so if the shoe was on the other foot and say it was somebody's family that is going through being falsely accused, just because people might not like the way you look or like the way that you talk or like, so how would you feel now if the whole world's blaming you in the court of public opinion? You would want a fair trial, right?
Right.
Anybody would.
Yeah.
That if we do not be careful with how we treat cases, they, you know, best believe the court system would gladly like to go with the public and just be easy and be, you know, they wouldn't have anything to worry about if they could just agree with the public and just lock people up all the time. You know, so don't lose your right to having, you know, to having a fair court system. Yes, our court system is corrupt already, so we don't need to give more of them, you know, more power to them.
But the court of public opinion is not always right.
No, it's not.
And I mean, we saw that with the Athena Strand case, where I mean, her dad and stepmom were getting blamed, and luckily they solved this pretty quickly. But they honestly had nothing to do with it.
Right, exactly. And then we saw those same channels. They knew for 100% sure that the stepmom did it. This, and then it's, you know, FedEx driver. Is that right? Yeah. I'm like, so you knew for a fact? No, you didn't. And when, you know, I hate this too. When I say I stand for innocent until proven guilty, people are like, that's only in a court of law. I beg to differ. You want to live in a court in a country that it's guilt. What is it? A presumption of guilt, because we live in a country that's presumption of innocence, where they have to prove your guilt. If you live in a country that's presumption of guilt, have fun with that one.
Yeah.
Serious.
I mean, people can go back and dig up all kinds of stuff and make a narrative fit. That doesn't mean that's the narrative.
Exactly. All right. Do y'all want to hear any more of this, or?
Well, I wanted to hear where she changed the timeline. Even though I, at this point, think Jody Sue Brown is full of shit. I don't believe anything she says. I still think it needs to be heard and thought of, but I think she's just I think she just wants attention. Nobody ever paid attention to her Facebook, right? She was on Facebook Live 5,000 times a day, and nobody ever watched those.
She tried to get in where she could fit in with the Black Lives Matter movement. She tried yeah.
And I wish more people would stop watching her, because in all honesty, I can't wait for her to just go away.
But then you have questions. Then it's very questionable. Some of the things she said about following Prince and the soft ground and shit is completely legitimate to things we saw. And I'm like, how are you?
You're right, and that's why it's hard to scratch her out too, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And you, Allie, do you want to give your thoughts on this whole thing with
yes, we would love to hear from Allie.
She just walked in here. She goes and hides.
Yes, I've been dying to hear from Allie.
Here you go.
What are we talking? I don't know what you're talking about.
Talk about whatever.
Well,
We're just talking about Summer's case, leaving it at Summer and not all the drama that's lately been taken over.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous. It doesn't. None of the drama helps Summer at all. And
no,
I mean, what purpose does it have in this community anyway?
I want everybody to go see that clip of it where Jonah Hill, the guy from Superbad, is dressed up as a hot dog and he's ask me about my wiener. I've been doing it. I told him about my fun excursion getting chased by a helicopter.
Yeah, I haven't heard the whole story yet.
Yeah, it's bad. Go ahead, you take your mic. I'm done.
No,
It's bad.
What?
I'm trying to sit down and not have.
Okay, here's your mic. I bow out for a minute.
Okay. Well.
Hello, Allie.
Hello.
Yay, we get to talk to Allie.
Yes, Queen Allison.
We never
Hey,
get
Allie.
to get enough Allie.
Hi. Well, so yeah, I've missed everything. I don't know what's going on, what y'all are talking about or anything right
Talk
now.
about Holly. Talk about Holly.
Oh.
We want to know about Holly.
Oh my God.
How'd that make you feel?
Oh, I'm pretty. I'm pretty disgusted by the woman, first of all. And now every time I look at this Bible, like, okay, if it had come from a place where she had sent this, the Celebrate Recovery Bible thing, if it had come from a place where, like, somebody really was caring and concerned or whatever, then it would be something totally different. But she did it to, like, be a smartass, excuse my language. And so it just makes me so angry.
That's
I don't know.
about her wiener.
I agree. And that's what I don't get too. All these creators going after other creators.
Yeah.
I don't understand it all. Like, just do your own thing. Do your own channel. Talk about the cases you want to talk about.
It's funny that
and if you're not, and if you're going to do drama, then don't put true crime in your name.
Exactly.
They can dish it out for months and months and months, but we do one thing, and it's like, I strike the shit out of you.
Right.
And the thing about it is, like, if you go up against the strike and you lose
your whole channel.
You lose your channel. You lose you can have legal charges.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like,
and I just don't understand how that even stood up, though.
Because she lied. That was a clip of her video, so they thought that was really her.
But
what happens if you get struck and you don't fight it? You just take the video down.
You can't take it down. It's there for 90 days. You can't.
Yeah. So 3 strikes in 90 day. If you have 3 strikes, you lose your channel.
Yeah.
But so then with all these new rules, it makes you feel like, what's fair use then? I can't fairly use. It said for a parody. You can use something for a parody. That was a parody.
Well, the thing about it is, whenever you go, we've never actually struck anybody, so I don't know for a fact. But don't you have to put in like a time, like the actual timestamp of what that material is?
Oh, I learned how to do it now.
I believe.
I found the.
Well, but we're just not like that. We don't. I don't know.
Yeah,
no, we're not either.
I've never struck anybody for anything.
Yeah. And especially when it comes to, Summer Wells or any missing person cases. I mean, I feel like use the content, use the info, spread it.
Because it's not the same opinion. People go all to shit about it.
I know, and that's where it becomes about the money to me.
Yep.
When people are like, you can't share this for, however many days, like it's not about the case anymore. It becomes about the content and the clicks and the views. And
exactly.
Yep. She definitely brought that up too in one of her community posts. Like, how come he can make clips like this and he gets all these views? But I don't care. I just wanted to do it so that you saw it. But
I'm really just cared about one view.
Because that's what it feels like. I mean, last time, it's so hateful. Let me tell you how this started. She was emailing me under a email where she was trying to trick me into saying something. Mm-hmm. I never said. I said no. I'm sorry. I don't feel that way. So instead of her catching me do anything, she made it up, and then it blatantly didn't make sense. What she posted, I called her out on it. She got furious about it. And I'm like, this is like way overboard. Like emailing me, asking me for prayers, asking me for this, trying to be nice, and then would be just straight, just evil. And her posting the church and everything where I was doing the recovery meeting, my full name, my address, that's not right.
No.
No.
And that's the same thing Jody Sue tried to do. But the exact same thing. With the same clip and everything. So I mean, it's ridiculous. She also said she had been through addiction. What was it she said? What did she say when we called her out on it? She said that that she was I will have to go back and play that clip. I don't want to say anything that's not right. I'll get stripped again.
Right.
Anyway, guys, I'm just telling y'all, be careful.
I don't get it. I don't understand why people do that. I think it is about getting awareness out for these missing person cases.
It makes the true crime.
And I do agree. Somebody said, they need to just give you credit. And I agree. Absolutely. If you're playing somebody else's content, you always give credit, drop their link, whatever. I believe that as well.
But didn't play her content. You know what I mean?
But I'm just saying with channels in general where they're like, I don't want anybody sharing my stuff, or I'm going to strike for this and that. I don't understand that. Not when it comes to these missing kids cases.
Well, exactly. And what it does, it makes the true crime community look like a joke. All the backbiting and bullshit. I'm like, can you just not talk about a case? Why does it always have to be? Why does it always have to be something like you're getting mad because somebody says this or somebody did the legwork? I got into it with Tiffany Marie, and instead of her watching the content, she gets mad about it and won't even listen. Won't listen. I called it was over that 333 Snaps Ferry Road stuff.
Right.
I called all the Sullivan County offices, stayed on the phone for hours. She wouldn't even listen to it, and it was honestly verifying some of the things she said that was truthful.
Well, and I think that's a problem too, because so many creators get in their head this or that, and they're not even willing to listen to anything different. They think they know. I saw this a lot, in other I'm not going to name creators, but I saw this a lot with other creators where it's like, no, I can easily say that's no, there, you couldn't tell them. I tried to send proof, but no, you couldn't tell them differently.
You can't when they're sitting there waiting. We've heard people from the beginning. This is why we got so upset. I don't care. They would say, I don't care if the Wells are not guilty. They should be in prison, and they are guilty in my mind forever. Yeah. I'm like, that is the most fucking bullshit mindset I have ever heard in my life.
But if they had proof that the Wells did it, the Wells would be in jail. I have full confidence in that. And I heard somebody else, or I didn't hear, I read in chat earlier that they think the boys know. At this point, this late in the game, I feel that if they knew anything, they would already know that, right? They would have already said that. They've been gone for so long.
No.
So I don't feel they know.
And maybe law enforcement does know. Look how many times cases we thought weren't going to be solved, and the entire time they knew, but they just had to wait for that one little piece,
right?
Something,
and that could be.
I was thinking about that, especially when the Sandra Wandra and Michael Vaughn's case,
right?
I was, because they're around the same time period, a year and a half. Yeah, I think there's a month.
They're like a month and a few days difference.
Right. But I was thinking, man, that's all that would take in Summer's case is somebody, like, the Sandra Wandra thing in Michael's case, somebody just to say something or make a phone call, anything, just.
Well, this is Scott. This is a good thing too. I wanted to bring this up. I think this is very important too. What did Pruitt actually say on his 3, WJHL interviews? He says, we went through all the phone data, all the GPS, all the, all that kind of stuff, all the metadata, all that, and there was nothing. He said that. Now, people are like, well, he can lie and all this. What would be the purpose of that? He's talking about, I don't know. They're not dismissing people publicly as, they're not saying, hey, you're not a suspect, you're not a person of interest. You're not doing that. So that leads me to believe that there is nothing. If you say you go through the cell phone data, if we go through the evidence of it, look, the Wells did pass a polygraph. We found out about that early on. It took months before Lawson would say it publicly to Brian Anton on News Nation.
As far as we know, yes. If everybody is being truthful about it, they did.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
I mean, as long as Lawson's being truthful in that statement.
Yep.
Well, I know other people that were. This is a true story, and if people listen to me, all the private investigators were going to take them to Knoxville. Allie, tell them.
They already had it scheduled. They literally were like getting in the car to take them to Knoxville one morning.
Already paid for it.
Yeah, they'd already paid like $600 or something a piece per person to go and have a whole new polygraph test done. And they got a phone call when they were on their way down there that said, why are you going to do this whenever they've already had a polygraph test and passed it under one of the hardest people to
the best in the nation.
The best in the nation.
Polygraph. So, and
I know polygraphs aren't admissible in court, and there are reasons behind it. But how do you have 3 people pass?
Exactly. The statistics go up, it's pretty substantially when you look at now. One person, they can lie. 2 people, maybe they tell the same story. 3 people,
one of which was not even on the property.
Yeah, one of which is at work.
Right.
And they all passed polygraph, and that, I'm sorry, that's just statistics. That's you can't really argue if that's real. And I take it as real because Sheriff Lawson actually tells Brian Anton, I'm not supposed to tell him what Ansley told us.
That it was supposed to be off the record. That whenever they say off the record, they're not supposed to publish that or anything.
She's talking about as far as news reporters.
Yeah, news media. And apparently he had said it off the record, but Brian Anton went ahead and said it on his podcast.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If he knew this, it could have cleared up a lot of speculation.
Yes.
I mean, not saying that that's 100% true, whatever. Not saying that, they didn't 3 magically pass. I'm not going to say any of that, but it could have still cleared up a lot of speculation.
Yeah, sure.
When people were pointing the finger at the parents so much.
Right. And then you go to the fact that Hawkins County comes back to the Wells property shortly after and wants Candace to take another polygraph. Don talks about it publicly. He said, I will not give them another polygraph. But if the feds or TBI want it, that's fine. But not Hawkins County.
And I think he's fair in saying that.
I think he is fair in saying that. From what I know about Hawkins County,
right.
Completely.
I think that if Hawkins County had enough evidence to lock the Wells up, they'd do so and be done with this case immediately. I think there's no loyalty to the Wells with them. We hear about their connections with everybody else, but it's not like that with the Wells.
The cops, and I believe this 100%, the cops, what is the first thing one of the officers brought to Candace? Do y'all remember?
No.
Alcohol.
Oh, bottle alcohol. I heard that. I didn't know if it was true.
That? Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Now, how did that happen, Cam? Because down where Beach Creek is, you just don't run out to the liquor store in Beach Creek. I mean, it's not like it's, down on the corner market,
Well, speaking of the price list, the actual liquor store she goes to is right there within the price list shopping place.
Well, what I'm saying is it would have took a while for the cop to show up there, Candace say, I need a bottle of liquor, and then him drive all the way out to town.
He didn't ask for it.
Get a bottle of liquor, and then come on all the way back. She didn't ask for it?
She didn't ask for it. That's what.
So he just brought a bottle of liquor? Was it what she drank?
Yes.
How did he know?
That's weird, isn't it?
Oh,
was this on the first night?
Okay, see, I didn't know that part of it.
Yeah,
so He's just toting it around with him to deal with the folks in Beach Creek.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you could assume, but I don't know. You could also assume that they like meth and coke and some other shit too. Did he have baggies of those just in case?
Well, William Creasy didn't seem to have a problem with doing it, so.
Yeah, William Creasy, he's the constable, though. The old, I will commandeer your drugs, and then I will do them.
Yeah.
And, so the meth thing is not, I will go ahead and say, people hate us to say this. That's not an issue. That's not what they deal with. Candace not on it. Don hates it with a passion. That's his scapegoat. He likes crack cocaine. And he speaks about it very openly.
And he loves to talk crap about anybody that uses meth.
That's what I'm saying. That's his way of it. And Candace, when everybody was saying Candace was on it then, y'all look at the weight difference of her then to now. So, I don't know. That's not her thing. Her vice was pain pills and marijuana.
I know up in Johnson City, there's a different side of town for the crackheads and meth heads.
Yeah. Don, Don, like, that's his way of making himself feel better. People, like I've always said, I think you've been on my show, I said it. Somebody that snorts pills are like, well, at least I'm not shooting it like that guy. At least I ain't that bad.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, that's kind of what Don does with meth.
Right.
But I'm still confused at how the officer knew her liquor of choice.
Well, look at all the people that live around Candace that work for Hawkins County Sheriff's Department.
She was probably seen buying it regularly. If the locals hang out in the liquor store, they see her coming in all the time buying R&R.
Christy Mockett, she's a sergeant at the jail, Hawkins. That she's right behind her, lives right behind her in Mary Sexton's house.
I'm gonna see if they're drinking bottom shelf stuff or what. I've never had R&R before.
Rich and rare. Oh, it's black velvet.
Nasty. Well, we knew R&R because we've seen it enough on YouTube, but I wouldn't have known that from day one.
No, but
what is it? Is it whiskey or what?
Yeah, it's whiskey. It's like Canadian mist shit.
R&R, rich and rare. Let's see. We're looking at
rowdy.
I think it's Canadian. I looked it up once. It's some kind of Canadian liquor, but yeah, it's like that's known because I'm sure it's a pastime of the locals.
Here's a way
to. If I was going to run out here to the liquor bar and see if I could get what a half gallon of R&R Canadian's going to run me here.
But I guess my point to even
if
that's
they definitely bottom shelf. That's $18 for a half gallon for a handle. Yeah, so they're definitely drinking the bottom shelf.
This is how the place would know too.
Isn't that what they call rock gut?
Yeah, rock gut whiskey. Yeah.
Hear me, Jody Susan, informant. So that's
at least I drank Evan Williams when I got down on hard money.
But here's my question with all of this. If they knew to bring the parents whiskey, saying they knew somehow, whatever, people seen them, whatever, that almost tells me they're suspecting the parents, but they made it look like she was walking off and didn't, close anything off and make a crime scene.
Well, look how many times they've been out there in the past for domestic dispute calls too. So I'm sure that they've been there a million.
Oh, so they probably knew from that too.
Yep. Because they're
But then it still tells me that you're going with the thought that the parents had something to do and you're bringing them. I mean, do you bring somebody who has a missing child who potentially walked off liquor? It's weird to me.
It seems wildly irresponsible, right?
It's just strange. I can't process that yet.
It's pretty
because I feel like that's telling me that they feel like, oh, let's get them drunk and find out what really happened. But that's assuming that they're going into the situation thinking the parents had something to do with it. Exactly. But if you go in thinking the parents had something to do with it, then why are they staying in that house that night? And they have friends, and we know Robin and the food guy and all these people were up on that property.
They actually never got to go up there.
They didn't go up to the property at one point?
David Dotson and Robin were kept down at the bottom of the hill, and the cops at the bottom didn't even have an accurate picture of Summer till Robin got there with her with short hair.
But Robin and David got to go up later.
Later, yeah, but it was so Robin had misspoke and said that David was already up there and the guy had to come down. That wasn't accurate. Shit's when she was talking to Chris McDonough. So here.
But why are you letting people, if this is a potential crime scene or her last known location at least, why are you letting people? I mean, to me, that's just destroying the scene, right?
Right, and it is confirmed that Dawn was at Fred Hill's house and 174 Ben Hill 3 hours after Summer went missing. He was allowed to leave and go down to Fred Hill, which is pretty, it's a drive down Ben Hill Road.
Well, yeah, oh God, I can't process it.
Fantastic, huh? I mean, that's just like they did everything you should probably not do. And, that's that. I feel like that's negligence. I'm going to say it. Talk about negligence. Let's talk about how the police handled that case. That's pretty negligent, if you ask me.
I agree.
Here's this right here. I don't know if y'all seen this, but I will. I'll put it up here for you. I think y'all will find this interesting. Here's how the police interacted with Candace.
Oh, I saw that when you guys called him out when Benny was there too.
Yeah, I won't. If you've seen it, I won't play it.
No, I did. I have watched that. Yeah, you can play it if you want. I don't know if everybody else has, but I have watched. I mean, I've paid attention to this case so closely.
I know you.
My brain hurts from it, and I have flip flopped so many times on what could have happened. And why I said, or what do you think is not probable earlier, is because I think for me, an accident cover up is not probable. These people aren't masterminds, right? Whatever. And I think as an accident cover up, that there's a lot to cover up, and then to not mess up one time and then be able to trace anything and not have any evidence, I don't see that as a possibility.
What do you mean? You're not saying that they they're capable of not cleaning their house, but they can pull off the perfect crime and no sense or nothing? Because I've heard people too.
And leave no clues, but leave the house a mess. But
yeah,
how do you clean up the clues but not the house? It doesn't make sense.
They are street smart, but they are not good at house.
And I just think with an accident cover up, I mean, that's not planned, right? So something happens, oh shit, cover up. Your brain is already going crazy. Like it doesn't work that way. You don't pull that off perfectly. Nope. You don't. Look at Idaho 4. I mean, look at all the experience he has in the field, and yet he still didn't do it perfectly.
Yep, and I believe he is. I'm just saying that you got lawyers that'll punch holes all in that if they're good.
Oh, they're going to already.
Mm-hmm. Here's just some good stuff. You won't have to share it. I'll just pull it up over the screen, y'all.
So for me, I think that either they knew she was taken, so it was a planned abduction, or it was an abduction not planned, but Summer knew the person. Mm-hmm. Those are really where I'm at with it.
Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
What happened?
Ooh, I must have a lag. I'm not seeing nothing.
Hold on.
There it is. Yeah, I got a lag.
All right.
Well, I was on YouTube. I need to get back on StreamYard.
Here we go.
What was your theories again there before we move on? Sorry, I was looking at
my theories.
Yeah.
My theories are either a planned abduction where they planned for somebody to take her, or it was a known abduction. Maybe they didn't plan it, but it was somebody known to Summer.
Yeah. Yep. Those very, very close to mine. Yep. I'd go with either one of those for sure.
Yeah, me too. Like an opportunistic thing, like somebody's out and they see her and they jump on that split second, decision.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
I
agree.
truly think that either Candace knew.
Yep.
I'm not saying everybody knew. Grandma was sleeping, taking her nap. Dawn was at work. Either Candace knew or Candace was negligent and wasn't paying attention. And there was no, it was 5 minutes and I walked back in or whatever, 2 to 5, whatever her timeline is. I feel like that's bullshit. I don't feel like she was a helicopter mom.
No, ma'am. No, absolutely not.
Who knows what she was doing on her phone, whatever, not paying attention. And then, oh shit, Summer's gone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, could Summer have walked down the driveway or, followed one of the dogs?
That would be the only way that I would think that the neighbor would be involved, is if something like that happened and Candace called the neighbor to go, oh shit, what do I do?
It's true.
And then they came to the decision that it would be best to, make up the story. And then they came up with, well, me and Don and Mom will say this, and then you and your kids will say that. And then,
but that's so many people involved, which not for one person to come out and tell the truth. It just, that makes me nauseous, really, because, this is a little girl.
Oh, but
if you had even a chance to save her life or bring her justice, I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't care who I'd turn on my family if I had to. Like I said, when I did my DNA testing, I submitted it to whatever, they do to find people later. And I told my family, I'm sorry if you fucked up, but that's not my problem. I submitted my DNA.
Right.
If it could help solve a cold case, I'm cool with it.
All right. So I got, I knew this was going to happen because we weren't saying that this person was a liar earlier. We said that it was a lie, then not that they made it up. I'm talking about the St. Clair stuff, and I'm just so they're do the right thing. This is what I'm saying. We can't even discuss things. So I'm going to clear this up real quick. Hold on. All right.
So the St. Clair is a gas station, was my understanding, correct?
Yeah, it said so. This person said, hey, I just got a clip of y'all talking about St. Clair. Candace said St. Clair. I'm not saying it was together with the gas station. I said Candace said it while drunk on the phone with Benny. Dutchie did say St. Clair was by Laurel Park because of a sign she saw. She thought St. Clair Park was over where she was or something. Okay, but when I tried to find what Dutchie saw, the only St. Clair kept bringing me to the initial place. I looked up St. Clair, the unincorporated town, not next to Laurel Park. Okay, if I have to pull maps up, I will, because I'll show you where that gas station was. St. Clair was brought up because of Candace asking Benny, what if Summer is there while drunk, and right after telling Benny she didn't love Dawn anymore and she is in love with someone else. She did that on my panel too, that first time she ever came.
I remember that.
I about had a heart attack. I was like, I'm trying to talk about the case. Shut up, Graham. Let's let me tell this.
I know. I remember that. You were so uncomfortable. You were like, Allie.
I just wanted to hold my breath till it stopped.
Yeah.
It didn't just come out of nowhere. It came from drunk Candace. And she also said because there's no cameras there. Wow. So if Candace said that, this is what we weren't like we're saying. We're not saying that the person who said it was a lie. We're saying that it was a lie wherever it came from. That would make it not true.
Well, the gas station that I heard she was at, there was cameras, and TBI took that footage.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and that's what it was told. Now, let me show you something. I'm gonna have to pull maps up because this is where this should be here. I'm already got it up. If you'll just pull this up real quick. There it is.
This is all the stuff that makes this case so confusing because if Candace went other places, this is my honest opinion about it, right? If I was the mom and I didn't keep my eyes on my kid for 2 seconds, I would admit it, right? Like, I would admit everything I knew. I would admit everywhere I'd been. I'd admit everything I'd done. I would admit it. I'm sorry. I wasn't watching my kid for 2 seconds. This happened. Or, you know, even if it was an hour, whatever it was, whatever the time frame would be. But we've never gotten it clear. And this is where I go back to, does Candace know? Because we don't have this clear timeline, time frame, and then stuff pops up later. And it's like, okay, well, that was never part of it. So now what?
Oh, sorry, babe.
I feel like if Candace would just admit to whatever it is she knows or does, but unless she had something to do with it, and that's why she's not. But if it wasn't, she had anything to do with it, and it was just negligent or whatever, admit it.
Yeah, the only issue I have with all that, she doesn't have time to go 45 minutes, 35 minutes, and come back.
No.
The timeline will not allow it. So,
but she would if we had 3 hours, right? So she got home around 3:20, 3:30, and Summer was reported missing at 6:30.
right. So, but the police pretty much emphatically say she is last seen on the property at that time. They are saying it's not the water hole. It's not here. We believe from the metadata on the phones, the pictures, all that it would be at the house.
But what happens if you leave your phone at home?
Well, we know she didn't because her
Yeah, 'cause the
metadata
picture-
puts her in the other places, the other
Yep.
part of the day.
Well, that's true too.
Yep.
See, this is where I like these discussions.
So, yeah, that's what's good about these, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like nobody's trying to pick on anybody else's information. It's not what was trying to be done. I have that map down there if you want to share it.
No, I won't pick on anybody's information.
No,
I just want the information that leads to Summer coming home.
exactly, and we get that. We get to that by discussing it, and not, we don't have to get mad about it. It's like, hey, if I have this piece of information, let me add this to it. And if it contradicts it, oh well, good, it's over.
Right. You can, if something contradicts it, then you know, like, okay, that's not the path we need to follow. So it's helpful to.
The thing about it is the map that Dutch and I were looking at
Lolita, can you share that?
was
I see.
not anywhere near that St. Clair community.
Right.
And Dutchy is supposed to be the person that talked to the employee.
That's true too.
That told her that Candace came in there, went to the bathroom, didn't purchase anything, left, didn't have anybody in the truck with her, and TBI came and got that camera footage.
Right. I forgot about that.
And an approximate timeline or time of the day that Candace was there.
Right. And then we hear that Jody Sue.
And that's why I never paid attention to that St. Clair community, because allegedly Dutchy was the one that talked to the person in the store.
That's what we were told too.
And it was not in the St. Clair community.
And that
it was on Sullivan Gardens Parkway.
Was it one of them St. Clair gas stations, like the dinosaur one?
Hey,
it was St. Clair.
Oh, I would have to pull it back up and see, if it was a Exxon or a Shell or a Sinclair, or, I don't know that, but I know the area where it was at.
Hey, Lolita, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
It's just
can
the
you share
screen.
his screen?
Share the screen down there. Yeah.
Oh, yep. There we go.
Okay. All right. So this right here, we're gonna go. This is the Wells property here. I'm gonna zoom way out here. Now, if we were going to the St. Now we know what law enforcement took how long to get out there? About 45 minutes, right?
Right.
Okay. So I'm gonna take it to Rogersville. I'm gonna have to zoom way out. This is what I always thought to know that the gas station that was the extra stop on
Right.
on her way home. So let me get to it right here. It's the Metaview Conference Center, Bays Mountain. Let me zoom in here. I got to get to the end of Lone Star Road right here, and I'll show you what I'm about. Where the hell is Lone Star? I can't find it. I went too far. Okay, Sunrise Baptist, Long Hollow. Okay, Reservoir Road, guys. This is where the neighbor now lives. So around there, right here, Reservoir and Long Hollow. This is interstate right here, which we told you Candace doesn't drive the interstate. So this would be Sullivan Gardens right here. This comes out. Let me show you. I'm so used to looking at this. This is hard with not using a mouse. I'm using a mouse pad now. Okay. This is McClellan Cemetery. This is the Dollar General right here that she stops at. Candace goes in there. You hear Chris McDonough say that the day he met her, he made her or him sit out there forever in the parking lot.
Yeah,
That's
I remember
that
him
right there.
saying
It's
that.
a red dot. Okay, so let me close this. Let me find Lone Star. Where is Lone Star? Right here. This is Lone Star Road that takes you. This is the route they take. She comes down Dollar General. This is the way you take. It goes past Polly Bernard's, all that, all the way to Beach Creek.
Right.
So the gas, there's the Dollar General. Here's the gas station, right? Hope I don't pass it. Those are the ball fields right there. Hope I didn't pass it. Did I pass it?
The 3F says Sullivan Gardens is where the gas station was.
Yeah.
It is. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Sullivan Gardens is
right
a little
here.
area where Lone Star and Lone Star Road starts, or Highway 347, which turns into Beach Creek and all that.
Gotcha.
Okay, here it is. So here's Metaview Family Dentistry, Component Bill, Exxon, right here. And this looks a lot farther than it really is when you're like,
right there you go.
This is the little gas station here.
So she stopped there
It does
on
have
her
one
way
little
home.
bathroom. Yes.
Well,
allegedly.
I see that's
Allegedly.
where a lot of questions could be raised.
So once she got home, they don't show her leaving again? Because I was under the impression that she had left a couple times.
She's supposedly stopped and right
that's
here
what they say.
at the liquor store. Hold on, let me show you the liquor store right here.
The what, Cam?
Okay, so she's
why has she
supposedly
never
stopped
said this? Like in her timeline originally.
She was told
Why
not
wasn't
to
this
talk
said
about it.
originally?
She was
But
told not
why?
to talk about it. I don't know.
By who?
And
LE or somebody else?
who was it? Yeah. PI.
I mean, could she have met somebody there who followed her to her house, who waited for the perfect opportunity? Oh, Summer, go grab the Mel.
Well, you have one of the tobacco outlets because
There's
a lot of
so
people
much.
don't. A lot of people don't know
Right.
that there's two of them. There's two of them.
Yeah. I don't know who the 3Fs is, but the 3F says it's the time that raises questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 3Fs, I don't know who you are, but yes, because I think you're in probably had about the same conversation that I've had. I may not even know who you are. But I don't recognize the 3Fs. But yes, that's why I was saying earlier. It could definitely raise some questions because of the time that she was at that gas station, allegedly.
Allegedly.
100%.
Right here's the price list right here.
Gosh, I'm just going to keep flip-flopping on this, I feel like.
Good night, J. Marie.
I know, right? Because there's so many possibilities.
Y'all see it right there?
Yes.
Here's the price list. That's
Let's
that's
see
how close.
But that's not the price
ahead.
list she went to that day, right?
That's the one Chris McDonough says she did.
I thought she went to the one by Hunter's home, and maybe I don't know the area, so maybe that is it.
Well, see, that would make more sense, but that's what we thought. But no, he says it's this one right here, and this is where her liquor store is.
That doesn't make.
Lot.
Why do that
See?
before taking Hunter
home?
Since this would be closer to her house, and why not do it after if she indeed went to the store before taking Hunter home?
But then Hunter would have to be
Right.
lying, and that's just where it confuses me that you have to have all these people lying for this story to align.
Well,
is this the store Hunter said they went to?
let me swing this by you.
This way.
I'll just go ahead.
I have a feeling you're getting ready to make me ponder.
Well, let's say Candace left twice.
Right.
Let's say Candace didn't stop at that gas station on her way home. Let's say Candace went home, dropped off Grandma and Summer, went back out to the store, dispatch call, Mom went on a run, came back, and Summer was gone.
And it could be because we all know Candace wasn't actually running. But I know from like people that I know, my father, gosh, he lives
like
in town,
3S,
right? But he
says
I'm
was
going to
saying,
run to
according
town.
to the time that Candace was allegedly at that gas station, it wasn't at 3:15 in the afternoon when she was going home.
What time was it?
Well, that's debatable, but it was between 5 and 6 p.m.
Okay.
But why not say that?
Which would
And that's
mean
where I don't get it. This is your daughter. Why not say that?
Which would mean if this is all true, then that means that all of them went home. Candace went back out by herself.
Right.
Because there was nobody seen in the truck. For whatever reason, she went out. 3Fs is saying 100% Scott Hunt. So I guess we're there with the same stories there anyway. So if they go home, they drop everybody off, Candace goes back out, does wherever she goes there, we don't know. Who knows? But she stops by that gas station, doesn't buy anything, washes her hand, gets back in her truck, and then goes back home and calls and says that her daughter's gone. Now, was her daughter gone? Did something happen before she left that gas station and she took Summer with her and ditched her somewhere and then went to the gas station to, use the bathroom because she was about to shit all over herself because she just ditched her daughter? Did she have stuff on her hands that she needed to wash off her hand?
Doo-doo break.
Did she go back home and find out that while she was home, Grandma went to sleep, the boys were playing, and Summer disappeared? Who knows how? Did somebody drive up the driveway and snatch her? Don't know, because there was no adult home. There was, but she was asleep, and Mama was gone.
See, if that's what happened, she
Oh my
should have
God.
said that's what happened. That
Yeah.
she went and came back if that's what really happened, because it makes so much more sense. And
But that's where I can't get past that Candace knows then.
right.
Because
Well,
if any
well,
other
they did
mom would
say-
put away their stuff, you know, we would. I'm sorry. Would any of
Listen.
us fault her if she went to the store?
No, listen though. Remember
Okay.
the behavior panel? What did they say about Candace? That they didn't believe that she did anything to her daughter, but they believed
knowledge.
what? That she has guilty knowledge.
She knows something that she don't know that she knows that she don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
She knows.
And
But here's the thing. I think
that
she
could be
knows.
going to the store and coming back, and
Could
I mean,
very well be.
I'm just saying it's possible. It's one of the.
I'm a firm believer that she was really running and rode a mile. I'm just playing. She had her track shorts on and she was hitting the road.
Guilty knowledge.
I can't wrap my head around this. This is. How did we find her? Like, I mean, we're not going to find her, but how?
Wait.
Why not?
I mean,
Why
I
are
don't
we
know,
not-
because I live in Colorado, so I'm
No.
not there.
It
But
don't
why
matter.
have there not been any searches around this area? Have they gathered camera footage?
We-
Do they
we
see
tried.
her talking to anybody? Do they?
Well, we
I don't know. It
we
makes
have-
me worried.
We have the one tobacco outlet saying that Summer was in that store with her mom. The white one beside of the hippie house.
Right.
And then the orange one.
And I remember that.
And then the orange one that's out near Fort Henry Mall says that law enforcement surely did come and get their tape, and within the first week, because they record over the end of every week.
Because he was willing to show it to
He
us,
said-
and we didn't
yeah.
even ask. He was
Yeah.
like, if I still had it, I would show you. And we were like, no, we don't need to see it. We just need
Was
to know
the-
that got it.
I
Well,
can't.
and I believe TDI has video footage of Summer alive that day. So I fully believe that when they said that they have proof of life that day, that they do. And somewhere on these footage, they have Summer alive and know that she was alive and on this date. So this didn't happen before or
Right.
anything like that.
Yeah. You know, it seems like something happened after 3:30 p.m.
And just to hit on that about the two tobacco house outlets, their grandma told us that they went to both of them that day.
It's true. She did. She said
She
they
told
went to
us.
both. That's
That
what.
was right. That was before they went to Warriors, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
That's
here's the thing. It was never stated they went to both.
Nope.
Yeah, they did. I thought she
No.
did say that.
She said they went to the hippie house, tobacco house, whatever. But there was never two tobacco houses in there.
I thought
No.
she said that when she talked to Chris McDonough, but I'll have to re-listen to that to see.
No, she didn't tell us that privately till we were up there the last time on the property.
Yeah, we last
Huh.
time.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember hearing about two tobacco.
I've known
shops.
about them going to both shops.
But they went to a tobacco shop and a
One to
hippie
get-
house.
No, there's
One
two
to get the
tobacco-
twisted tea, and
Right.
one to get the vapes.
Yeah, but
It
there's
was bought
two
for two
tobacco
different
outlets.
places.
But now
And-
there's another tobacco outlet being introduced.
Well, we got video of it. You can see it. I went in and talked. You can hear me talk to him too. I have. Let me.
So where did that fit in the mix?
Hippie House and Discount Tobacco are almost side by side, correct?
But
I
he's
mean,
saying they went to
really
another
close.
one as well.
There's one on Fort Henry Drive that's orange. Then
Right.
there's the hippie house, and the white discount tobacco. Now, I believe that Hunter might, if he knew the orange one was discount tobacco, but what if he didn't know about the white one? It looks like a gas station. And so I don't know that, but here, let me make this a little clearer for everybody.
Yeah, Hunter kept having to ask his mom about like where things were located. So it didn't come like locations did not come really necessarily from Hunter as far as like he knew they went blah blah blah, but she
But
had to tell
Hunter's
him where
not
places
driving yet.
were.
I'm
No,
saying,
he was
like
yeah.
Hunter.
I don't fault him for that.
No, I mean my son would be like, because he doesn't actually drive there to know
No,
what
they'll
road
just
it's on to know how to
sometimes they'll
get
just
there.
right, they'll just tell you what's by it and
Or could that other one have been after they dropped him off?
Yeah, my whole point was with saying Hunter isn't the one that said like, hey, it's on Fort Henry Drive, means that he was getting his information from somebody that wasn't even there. That's all.
No, I get that too.
All right, here's.
And that's where when you take Allie and Leslie's story into account, it just, I don't know. I'd like to hear from one person who was in her life regularly. It's very easy to pretend one day a week to go to church, right? So I don't feel like Robin was that person. But if you had one person who was in their life regularly, who was credible, who could just say what life was like prior, I don't believe anybody's story we've heard. They're all out for money and cash and views and clicks and notoriety. It's all for themselves.
Yeah.
And I think you can sober up enough to go to church one day a week and put on this facade. A lot of people do it. A lot of people hide behind church, sadly.
Absolutely.
I believe that too, but at the same time, though, I don't know. What do you want to add to that? You feel your feelings, just so I'm not the only one. What do you feel like about the whole church thing, Sir Don? Did he drink before?
So
He was trying to stop.
From everything that I know, from just what we have personally talked to with him and everything, he was trying to be sober in the years leading up to this happening. And he was trying to do right by his kids and go to work and come home and take them to church and let them live a good life that way.
He'd been out of trouble for over 20 years.
Right. So, I mean, I don't know. I did not know them personally, but before then, but I do believe, I mean, we have video record of him doing these things.
You got you got them on the behavior panel talking about David Dotson. David Dotson seemed to have more to do with Summer than Robin did. They were saying that he was around her through the week. Then you have, then he said, what's the other thing that they said about David? What the hell was that? What the other thing they said about David? Oh, did you remember? Did y'all see that clip in church of him sign languaging to her? Cookie, she looked freaked out. David Dotson was silent.
That was unbelievable. And also, I want to know who is taking those videos. Did you notice that the camera seems to pan to just Summer?
Yes. It's so weird. And I'm like, why is this dude always on her?
Yes, that's incredibly weird. And you would think that it would be her parents doing it because it seems like, you trail your kid, but there's footage of Dawn and Candace sitting in the pew.
Yep. Is that the one where she kicks Josie?
Sorry, I had to tell my daughter to shush. The one where Candace is sleeping, and then because there's I think it was Summer and not Josie, I think it was Wyatt and Waylon were in some kind of church play. And then the camera follows Summer, and then it pans over to Dawn and Candace sleeping. Like, it just seems very intentional. Like, they're focusing on her, and then like, oh, here, look, there's her parents. Dawn has his head bowed praying, and Candace is sleeping, whatever. But really strange. And then her running up and down the aisles too. it seems to just focus on her and where she's sitting in the back.
She could have been. She could. She could have been targeted as looking and seeing that mom was pretty inattentive and
right
disengaged.
My very first thought on all of this was it was some weirdo in the church.
That is possible. They would know that Dawn would probably be at work and mom would probably be, doing whatever except paying attention to her kids.
Here you go.
Now, as much as I can say that I don't believe that Dawn was drinking and stuff before, I mean, I don't know, but as much as I've heard that he was not and everything else, Candace told us that she has been drinking since way before she had the boys.
About that, yeah.
So we know that she at least was still drinking.
No, she'd never denied it.
Yeah, exactly.
We know that
who was at
Dawn
least sober and attentive, then
I think Dawn.
I guess that is what it is.
Absent parent is more like Dawn. I think he was just never there.
Yeah.
Well, that and he did have bouts with
yes, he did.
controlling his drinking because they had that TV incident with Jose there. So
yeah.
And that was October of 2020, so we know at least then.
Here's a good example of old Dudley. No, he tries to say that Jose got out of jail in Hawkins County and found Dawn's stash and was living with Grandma. That's how they'll come. Did y'all hear this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember hearing
I
it.
heard it.
Yeah.
I'm like, boy, there's the truth there. Boy.
I mean, that's what makes this case so ridiculous and why I always say that there's so much sideshow bullshit because of that kind of stuff. Like, that's not even like it. How does that fit in? It doesn't fit anything that anybody else has said. So you're just going to come out here with this and it doesn't match up date wise or anything, but just run with it.
So they're like, the hell with it. We're just going to put out whatever.
Yeah, these YouTubers will believe
when
anything.
you say Dawn was an,
I can tell you this has been pretty cool.
When you say Dawn was an absent father, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say this has been pretty cool for 4.5 hours, not worrying about if Jody Sue paused too long between two words or something.
Right.
I know.
She is an attention
You get
grabber.
And about Dawn, the things that stood out to me about Dawn initially is when, he was asked what was summer like. Oh, she liked to twirl. She liked to, he's still standing by that story. When Cher asked him what's her favorite, because he said, I stopped all the time at the store and got her candy. And what's her favorite candy? Oh, I don't know. Right? Doesn't know her favorite candy. That really stood out to me. And I asked my husband, because my husband stops at the store and not all the time, but occasionally. And he knows exactly what my kids like to eat, want for candy, right? Shit, he knows me. And I asked him, I said, if they ask you what our kids' favorite candy is, do you know? And he's like, yeah, I stop at the store every once in a while and I get them this, this, and this, right? So I just think for somebody who promoted that he constantly stopped at the store and would get her candy, she wanted him to bring her candy. You don't even know her favorite candy?
Yeah, that's true.
Those are things that always stuck out to me. And so maybe that is just a lack of him being involved, right?
How do you like this answer he gave?
What he even bought, too.
How'd y'all like this answer he gave? What's Summer's favorite food? She's not a big eater.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know my kids' favorite foods, right? My husband knows our kids' favorite foods.
Right.
I mean, it just, to me, we know what they like and don't like. And
that tells me he never gave her any food when he was not, that was not his thing to do.
Right.
Which means it must have been canned. Somebody had to feed them, right? Their kids weren't emaciated. They weren't unhealthy. It didn't look, did they eat the best of food? No, probably not. They ate,
Well, you saw what she was eating.
A lot of processed food, I would guess, but
in one of her pictures, it would look like it was a serve yourself. She had a cereal bag, literally the bag that she was eating out of in one of the photos. So I think
Is that
Summer
wrong?
kind of fended for herself when it came
Yeah,
to
but my
food.
kids did that when they were younger
That's
too,
what I was
right?
gonna
They're
say. Is
just
that
my
bad?
kids love cereal. Yeah, my kids love cereal, and
Mine
if
too.
we don't have milk, they just eat it plain.
I live off
You don't get a
cereal.
bowl?
My kid will
No.
take a whole jar of peanut butter and a spoon. And
No, they'll put it in a bowl, but
Yeah,
Fuck
that's
that.
what that's why I was saying.
but I
I
think
think
you
she just
also
had
have
to
to
cut.
consider this family. Did they have the full dishes and this and that and whatever? That doesn't necessarily make them bad.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, yeah,
I
I have
wasn't.
bowls and plates and whatever to
Wait a
put your
minute
stuff in,
now.
but
I wasn't
no,
implying
I
that
know what you
it
meant.
was bad. I was implying that I think Summer had to kind of help herself.
fend for herself, right? Or her brother.
And that could be.
Because the boys would get some to eat, and then she would probably be like, "Hey, I want some of that."
My daughter.
Well, and here's the
way.
thing with
She
kids,
doesn't
like
get
my
her
kid
own
will
way.
go get whatever she wants
Yeah.
with my back turned, right? And she just grabs it and
Exactly.
eats it however.
Yeah, like my daughter.
I
does.
mean, now she's 8, she's better, but at that age,
There's 7, and she's not
she didn't pay any mind to getting a bowl and stuff. She just got the cereal, right? So I don't want to. I mean, I get where you're coming from. I understand that.
I don't know. Like it's not like I don't know. I guess I don't see it how other kids do. Like I used to that. That's how I was raised. Like I go get you something, get you cereal, get you some chips, get you something till dinner time. Something. That's what my parents did. I mean, we don't do that. We tell ours, hey, wait, let us get it for you. But do you think they listen? No. I mean, my daughter's the same age as Summer, and she is very active, and she's in gymnastics, and I mean, like her metabolism is so high. She's eating all the time, and
Especially when they're growing. Gosh,
Yeah.
when my daughter's growing, I can't get enough food in her. And she's constantly eating. But my kids are snackers too, right? So they don't like to eat full blown meals. We're not
Right.
huge meal people. Like we eat one meal a day together or whatever, usually dinner. But
I think we got this
my kids are more
problem.
snackers, grazers type.
I think we got to this problem about the food stuff though, because there was a YouTuber that put out some bullshit that was not ever even known. They were like, "Oh, they only lived off those frozen pizzas." Well, hell yeah, I love them too. We eat them a lot too. But I mean, still, I mean, how does he know that? They were never on the property.
That was Allie that said that.
Yeah, but yeah, because she bought them. Remember, with their food.
But at least
Tell
they're
her to
still
buy better
Allison,
food.
food.
wait a minute, Allison, not your Allie. I
I
want to
know.
keep that clear.
I know. That's what I'm saying. She's the one that bought the food with her food stamps, so she should have picked better foods.
Right.
So, I mean, they point the fingers at everybody else, but you know, she's sitting there saying, "I paid for all of it." Well, that means you were shopping for it too.
Yeah,
'cause
but
you
here's the
said-
thing too. I mean, in my honest opinion, groceries are freaking expensive right now.
Hell yeah, they are.
And they've been going up for the past few years. So I don't want to say,
Right. Fact is that
or
the poor
how dare you
people-
give your kid a Totino's pizza?
Right.
Yeah, we eat all.
Poor
we eat 'em
people
all.
have to eat a lot of food that isn't necessarily the best for them. It just happens to be what they can afford.
Yeah, we
And
don't get
also
to go
you
Whole
have to
Foods.
take into account what access they had to be able to cook certain things. Is it just a microwave, or is there a full oven? You know, so a lot of things play a part.
Well, and I think somebody said their fridge freezer was super small, right?
They had a deep freezer.
Okay.
They had a deep freezer.
So they had a
and
deep freezer, but what about a fridge?
They had one. It was a red one that was in there because they tried to say
Somebody told me it could only hold like a couple gallons of milk and
if
a
you
few
look at Chris
things. It couldn't
McDonough's
hold a
video,
lot.
if you watch Chris McDonough's video when he goes in, it's a full size refrigerator. So then they sent her a small fridge after the fact to save more room. Yeah, but if you look in there in his video, yeah, it's in the first room that you go in.
Okay, so the fridge wasn't the issue. I had heard that originally, that they didn't have a lot of space in the fridge, so that's why they went to the store often,
I think
because
had a
they couldn't
dorm
store a
style.
lot. So that's not true.
So a lot of us around here, Scott probably has one too. We have the big deep freezers. That's what we freeze everything.
We have one at my house too, and I have a big refrigerator. It's just a good way to store groceries, especially when you catch something for a good price and you're able to stock up that way.
I caught my freezer for a good price for
Right.
25 for the old lady next door snuffing cigarettes. She said, "You want this?" I said, "Hell yeah."
Oh wow, yeah.
Brand new.
Nice.
Well, that's how we have like a kitchen refrigerator, freezer. We have a garage refrigerator, freezer, and then we have a deep freeze in the basement. But okay, so that makes sense with that. But I'm still not going to shame them for giving their kids processed food. I think groceries are super expensive. I try to get mostly organic, and I'll tell you, the last time I went to the store, I didn't get anything out of the ordinary. I literally got like a week's worth of groceries, maybe a week and a half. Nothing crazy, nothing abnormal, and it was $450.
They give me the
I was
eye
like,
when I
holy
walk through
shit.
Whole Foods. They're like, "Get the hell out of here."
It's insane. I mean, I get the organic free range eggs, whatever. They were like $12.99 for 12 of them.
Damn. What do we get though? We get the
So
turd.
I get it. Like, people don't have all that money right now.
No, like so the markups on groceries. I actually was at Walmart last night and they told me. So the chili's up 100%, bacon's up 50% more than what, like all sorts. She was telling me, I was like, how do people afford it? So a can of chili was like 78 cents. Now it's $1.78. That's crazy.
It is crazy.
I bought what I buy a toilet seat, a toilet flusher, a what else? A glow in the dark toilet seat is awesome. I bought like 5-6 things and it was $120 something. That's crazy. Like
right.
It really is, and it was getting that way then, and that's like, so that goes to the car thing. How they have the car stimulus payments. That's, they got their stimulus payments. I'm sure he wouldn't put a down payment on a car. Don even said, "Well, I was making good money then." He said everything was good, and then it all went to shit. But when you're making good money, if you have an addiction, you might be around people that
Exactly.
aren't angry. So I've always thought Candace might have.
I mean, I think if you're making good money, but you're spending $20+ a day on your whiskey. Well, I mean, I don't know, cigarettes are even expensive. So you go $30 a day on your whiskey and cigarettes. That's a lot of money. That adds up a lot.
Yes, ma'am. And
$30 a day is $900 a month.
And cigarettes are $8 a pack.
Right.
That's what I averaged a day.
So it'd be more than that. I mean, I don't know how quickly she was going through her handle of whiskey, or beer or whatever she was buying. I don't know. But I'm just, with the expenses of alcohol and cigarettes alone, that has to add up pretty quickly.
She's got to chase it with Mountain Dew, which is gross. I don't know.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I can't even drink whiskey, so I don't.
This is one thing I can't get behind, and I refuse to because I know I was getting bullshitted. I don't care if I tell them to their face or not. So the whole thing that was talked about with her speech because of a stroke or a Bell's palsy, if that's true, I hate to hear that. I hate to hear that for her, but I've heard the same voice to the whole thing, and it sounds the same. So,
right. Weren't we told early on that she had a stroke?
Yeah, well, she
and
has.
And now we're being told she had another stroke?
People guess that. People speculated that, but I don't think it was ever anything that was actually ever diagnosed. Even you hear Dawn.
No, they said the other night she has not been to a doctor.
She hasn't. She has a pacemaker that the battery had been dead 3 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So that's not good.
And see, that's sad because they would probably qualify for Medicaid or some kind of cheap insurance.
Let me tell y'all something. I got free Blue Cross Blue Shield Anthem for my whole family off a TikTok ad, and I got them sitting. They are real. It's free. 100%.
Yeah.
Is it not?
I mean, anymore, you go put your information in on the exchange stuff, and they say, okay, this is what you qualify for. I would have to think that they would qualify, especially if he's not working that much stuff. And especially when they had the kids, that they would have qualified for something.
Well, Don's too proud.
I
He
mean-
admitted that on the phone the other night. He
Cam,
said,
did you get that through
I know.
healthcare.gov?
it was all it was an ad that said, "Do you make less than $50,000 a year?" And do you, what was it? What was the other one? It was 2 questions, and I qualified in that. For real, got it. Like if you watch TikTok, they play it all the time. But it's like, get your $540 money credit. It's not that. You get health insurance.
Yeah, I wonder if that's through the marketplace because
It
most
is.
people,
It is.
It is. Okay, so that was the Obamacare thing.
Yeah.
Most people do qualify for the subsidy, and it's very generous income limits. I believe like a family of 4 or 5 can earn up to like $50,000 a year and qualify for free insurance.
Yeah.
Right. If Don admitted something on the phone the other night, it bothered us. He was like, well, it ain't not bothered me, but there's a lot of people that are like this. He said, I don't get the welfare. I don't get food stamps. I don't do that. So I was like, so, I mean, really, to be honest with you, I ain't no shame in my game. If you got to have them,
Right,
you got to
that's
have
what
them.
it's there for, especially
That's
for
exactly why they were set up for, is for people that need it. So
Exactly.
you're not,
Right.
Yeah, a lot of people hurt their loved ones with that because they will give you like $600 or more for food a month. That helps a lot.
Right.
Yeah, how does a person with no health insurance get a pacemaker? That is a very good question.
I think she got it prior. I think she's
That's
had
when-
it for a while.
Yeah, that's
So
when she was
would've
young.
had- 3 years ago the battery died, so then she would have gotten it years before. So she had to have.
I think she had a heart condition when she was born.
Yes, she did.
Yes.
That's correct. Guys,
So
I'm gonna
I
have
think
to
she's
bow
had it
out.
for some time.
Did you hear me? I'm gonna have to bow
That's
out.
okay. I mean, I want to say that, in all honesty, if you need to get Medicaid for your kids or your family, there's no shame in that.
No.
Keep working harder. Don't worry about the medical, right? Worry about working harder to get yourself off of it, and you pay it back later in life anyway. It doesn't matter. I don't agree with the people who stay on welfare to collect checks to have kids or whatever. I don't agree with those people, but I think those people are so far and few between. Honestly, the majority of the people they're working, right? And they're still trying to make a living, and they just don't make enough to cover their health care. And there's no shame in covering your family however you have to do it. I feel like every kid needs insurance.
That's what the programs are there for.
Right. If you're working your whole life,
Right.
you're paying into it. That's for you if you need it.
Right. And good
Absolutely.
for you for getting good Blue Cross and Blue Shield for your family, Cam. As a taxpayer, I'm very happy.
I'm happy with it. I'm very So I mean, like we had to get it because it's better that way because now a lot of businesses they take your whole check for insurance. And
Right.
I'm not yet. I was like,
I know. I had a dentist appointment tonight, and they gave me a quote. I need a root canal and a crown. With my insurance, my cost is $563. Without insurance, that would have cost $4,300. It is insane. The average person does
It
not
is insane.
$4,300 just laying around that they can go fix
that's right.
a tooth that they chipped.
Yep. I had to get a partial last year, and it's $600 for off the rip just to get 3 that I already had made, but it was Aspen Dental. Never go there. Don't ever.
I've got my
They're probably
appointment
like
on
Comfort
February
Dental
6th.
here.
At Aspen.
No, my next appointment for my top is on February 6th, 9 a.m.
Did they do the impressions yet?
They're doing them that morning.
We're doing them. Okay, good. You don't ever want to get your teeth out before the impressions are made, because if
That's
you
right.
still have your teeth, they can match teeth up close to the natural shape of your teeth, and nobody will ever know.
Scott,
They're gonna do the bottom reline, the impressions, and out of those impressions, they're gonna do the bottom reline and make my immediate dentures for the top.
Perfect.
Go to affordable dentures.
Affordable dentures. That's where I'm going. Yeah.
Oh,
so
hell
you
yeah,
wanna-
dude, they're awesome.
You want to
Yeah.
take them with you the day that you have your top teeth out, and then have them put the plate in is while you're still under, and then you don't take it out until your gums heal.
Right. You have to take it out. Well, you leave it for 24 hours and then you take it out and
Oh no! See, we
start
want
your saltwater rinses.
yeah to rinse and then put it back in. That
Put it
way
right back
that
in,
you
yeah.
want it to heal. Yeah, to fit properly.
I think that's bullshit, Marlena. That didn't Don get a big tax return before he went to jail? That's BS. I think that's straight crap. Somebody said they saw him at the tax office.
Well, at that point, could he even claim the kids?
No.
Well, they're taken in July. He could because
Yeah,
Well,
he
the
could have.
year before. Yeah, the year
Yeah,
before.
he could have. They were with him for
But
6
doesn't it
months.
say so? If you get child tax, if you get child tax credit on earned income credit, don't you have to have the kids in your house for 12 months to get those? I think so.
That's right. That is right.
That's for earned income
So
credit,
the
but
big
not
credits
for.
he would have gotten. So he could have claimed them, but he couldn't claim them for the credits, I don't think. Which is where a lot of people with kids make their money and their
Right,
taxes.
the child tax credit and earned income credit.
Hey Scott, I'll send you that clip I was talking about. I'm gonna hop off here. My computer's dying.
All right. Well, thanks for
Yeah.
coming, Cam. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Cam.
it.
Allie.
No problem. It was good. Thank y'all.
Yeah,
Sorry I
thank
was
you
late.
guys.
Thank you.
I was on America's Most Wanted. So.
Yeah, I'll be watching.
I'll see y'all later.
All
Bye,
right,
y'all.
guys.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
Yeah, imagine that. Freaking getting pulled over and there's a helicopter hovering above you and there's 100 police with guns looking
Especially,
for
he stays nervous about the
Yeah,
police
and
pulling him
Cam,
over.
high
It'd be
anxiety.
crazy.
Well, and I Googled it too. There's two guys that escaped, and one is a double homicide. The younger one, there's a 51 and a 30-something, I think. I Googled it when he said that, and they did. They escaped. They're looking for him.
When
And
you
they
were
took off
talking
in a
about
gold
the
Cadillac, I believe.
findsomewhereelse.com thing, and I saw in chat that WJHL had an article, I went to WJHL and I saw their 2 escaped inmates from. I was like, well, that's what Cam was talking about. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to jump down too, ladies.
Well, thank
Yeah,
you so
I think
much
we're
for
good. We're
coming.
almost
And
at 5 hours. This has been a long.
yeah, this is a really long live for us here. But thank you so much,
But
Scott,
I'm just
for
so
coming
glad that we
over
brought
and-
it back to summer.
Yeah, it was good. That's for sure.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Definitely. Thank y'all for inviting me.
Thank
Yeah, definitely. We have to do this again. Lean on Me said that she would come. I did send her the link, but I don't know if she got it for tonight. But I'm sure there'll be other discussions. This case sadly isn't going away.
Right.
If it does, wouldn't that be awesome?
And I think
It
we
would
just
be.
keep talking about her.
Absolutely.
I would love for nothing more than to wake up tomorrow and see in the headlines that Summer was found alive and well. But one can hope, right?
That's
I
right.
would too. God,
All
it
right,
would
yeah.
make my heart so happy.
I guess we can wrap up here too then.
All right,
Thank-
I'll drop
Yep.
down and let y'all close it out. Again, thank y'all very much. Thank you, everybody in chat as well, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Good night, Scott.
All right. Good night, Scott.
Good night, Scott.
Yeah, we kind of started off a little rough with some conflicts there, but yeah, it was a pretty good discussion.
Thank you, chat, for hanging in with us. I know this was a really long one.
Yeah.
For those of you that hung out with us the whole time, I really appreciate you.
Yeah, we had a decent crowd.
Yeah,
So
it makes for a
So
great
I'm just
conversation.
glad we brought it back to summer.
Yeah,
It's
Yes.
we got off of summer a couple times, but for the most part, it got brought back to summer, and that's really
Yes.
what's important. Lean on
Amen.
Me. I love your prayer lives, by the way. I watch them and I love them. So sometimes I'm watching replay, but I still watch.
All right. Well, we will be live on Circle Jerk in the next day or two. Soup is raring and ready to go. Talking about some.
Before you leave us, though, please hit that thumbs up for us so we can grow this channel. We're still working at it.
Yeah,
definitely. All right, we ready to bow out, ladies?
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Oh,
Sorry.
Good night, everybody.
I swear, I think I
Night.
get them quiet and then they get noisy.
Cooper wants to say goodnight.
Oh, that was Emmy.
Oh, Emmy.
Yeah.
All right, good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.